Chapter 255. Listening to Chi Yu's words, Chi Tianlei sternly said, "Child, I can imagine that you have a very important responsibility, but there is one thing you must promise us, and that is your safety. No matter what you do, you have to remember that your family is waiting for your return at home." Chi Yu nodded and said, "Dad, Mom, you can rest assured that I will pay attention to my safety. Wanting to hurt me is not an easy thing to do. Tonight, Snow Girl and I will leave the capital and will be back in about a month. After that, I will not be away for too long. I will be filial to you." Listening to Chi Yu say that he would leave tonight, Chi Tianlei and his wife's faces showed a look of loss at the same time. Ing Shaodai couldn't help but ask, "Is it really that urgent?" Chi Yu nodded his head. "Mom, we've just reunited, and I can't bear to leave you guys. However, my companions are all waiting for me to return. I have no choice but to rush back. However, I will try to come back as soon as possible. I hope to be with you for a few days." "Oh, right. Have you found the person who ordered the bandits to attack the Golden Grain building?" Hearing Chi Yu mention the incident last time, Chi Tianlei's eyes flashed with killing intent. "There is no need to look. I have a rough idea who it is. This time they actually went too far. Do they really think that Chi Tianlei, am made of paper? Speaking of the incident last time, fortunately you were there. Otherwise, if Ying was kidnapped by them, it would be troublesome." Chi Yu thought that there was someone secretly trying to harm his parents. He couldn't help but worry a little. An invisible, murderous aura filled the air, and the temperature of the entire hall seemed to drop a bit. "Dad, who is it? Let me help you solve the problem once and for all." Feeling the cold aura exuding from Chi Yu, Chi Tianlei couldn't help but be startled and quickly said, "No, don't get involved. The relationship is very complicated, and it is related to the future of the entire Golden Grain Group. Let me handle it." Although this incident had caused great damage to the group itself and its reputation, it had also completely exposed those guys' wild ambitions. It would not be so easy for them to take action again. Now, these people are very restrained. They are afraid that I will find some evidence. Chi Yu thought for a moment and said, "No matter what, you must pay attention to your own safety. If there's a problem and I'm not around, you can call this number for help." Chi Yu took out a note that he had prepared earlier and handed it to Chi Tianlei. General Ji's phone number was written on it. General Ji had the Yen Huang soul in his hands. Within the country, there was probably nothing that the Yellow Flame soul could not solve. Chi Tianlei glanced at the phone number and Ji Zhongming's name. He was shocked. "Ji Zhongming? Isn't this the famous Iron Blood general of our country? Are you related to him?" Snow Girl smiled and said, "Of course it's related. One of Chi Yu's confidants is General Ji Zhongming's only daughter." Chi Tianlei looked at his son strangely. He thought to himself, this kid is really something. However, when he needs to deal with emotional problems in the future, it will probably not be so easy. The family of three no longer talked about business and Chi Yu's identity. Chi Tianlei and his wife were most interested in Chi Yu's previous life. Unknowingly, they had already chatted from afternoon to night. During the process of chatting, Chi Yu secretly transferred some of his source of nature energy into the couple's body, slightly improving their physical condition. As for the transformation, it would have to wait until he returned from the ancient beast era. Ing Shaodai personally cooked for her son and cooked a sumptuous dinner with Snow Girl. The family was happy and harmonious. Feeling the unprecedented familial love, Chi Yu was in a much better mood. Since returning from London, he was back to himself for the first time. He was no longer the leader of the Zodiac army, but the son of the couple in front of him. However, happy times are always short-lived. The sky was completely dark, and Chi Tianlei and his wife finally had to leave. Under their ardent urging and reluctance, Chi Yu saw them out of the gate of the villa. After returning to the villa, Chi Yu and Snow Girl walked back to their room. The first thing Chi-Yu did was to summon Little Peng. With Little Peng's strength, under the effect of energy, it condensed its body into the size of a laughing parrot. Its golden feathers looked very divine. Dong Peng, you should have seen the couple just now. We're going back to the ancient beast era. Now I will give you a task. In the shortest time possible, find a fierce beast with at least 6,000 years of cultivation in the vicinity of the capital, subdue it, and order it to protect the couple at all times. I'll give you an hour. I'll let you decide what to do next. Little Peng nodded to Chi-Yu and directly flew out of the window. If one were to say that he was extremely unwilling to become Chi-Yu's envoy at the start, then now he was completely convinced. After Chi-Yu obtained the Kongtong seal, he knew that even if he reached the strength of his father, the great Peng Wisdom King, as long as Chi-Yu did not agree, he could only become this strong man's envoy forever. As Chi-Yu's envoy, Little Peng found that his cultivation was improving rapidly under the influence of the origin of nature. He felt that it was definitely worth it to use 5 years of time to help this person in exchange for greater power. After letting Little Peng go, Chi-Yu used his mental strength and the aura of the origin of nature to maintain contact with him. With Chi-Yu's current strength, as long as Little Peng did not leave the capital, there would be no problem. Especially after obtaining the Kongtong seal, it had indescribable benefits for converging and condensing mental strength. During the time when Little Peng was away, Chi-Yu and Snow Girl came to the warehouse of the Dragonfield courtyard and stored all the ammunition that Chi-Yu had obtained through the contact information left by Huguang during the time that Snow Girl had gone to Tibet into the Kongtong seal. With these ammunition, the 4 tribes of the ancient beasts period could hold on for a long time. Of course, Chi-Yu would not use the weapons of the Sacred Flame sect for nothing. After the first batch of Kirin Group's products was sold, he had already paid for the previous weapons and ammunition. After Chi-Yu and Xiao Luo were done with their preparations, he gave General Ji a call and told him about his parents' situation. General Ji promised him that he would send 4 people from the soul of Yan Huang to protect Qi Tianlei and his wife. In this way, Chi-Yu could leave with peace of mind. After reuniting with his parents, Chi-Yu was in a good mood. However, when he finished arranging everything in the modern world and returned to the ancient beasts period through the Kunlun mirrors, his good mood instantly disappeared. The energy of the Kunlun mirrors sent them directly to the camp of the 4 tribes of the ancient beasts period. When the 2 of them appeared, the first thing they saw was a scene of devastation. The camp of the 4 families was now only 2/3 of its original size, and the 1/3 that had disappeared had become a piece of scorched earth. In the entire camp, cries and wails could be heard everywhere, as if lives were disappearing every minute. Seeing the miserable scene in front of him, Chi-Yu could not help but feel like his heart was in his throat. When he had left, the situation was still very good, but now it had become like this. Obviously, a huge change had occurred. Without any delay, Chi-Yu immediately returned to the camp where the Zodiac army was. The situation in the Zodiac army camp was similar to the outside. Injured members of the 12 Zodiac teams could be seen everywhere. Chi-Yu found that at least 2/3 of the people were injured, and their injuries were very serious. However, to his relief, at least none of them were dead. Chi-Yu. Ming Ming threw herself at him like a swallow. When Chi-Yu returned, the aura that he emitted had been noticed by all the Zodiac guardian warriors. Ming Ming looked much more haggard than before he had left. Her pretty face was covered in dust, her hair was a little messy, and her aura was unstable. Her energy waves were also unstable. Obviously, she had been injured. Pulling Ming Ming into his arms, Chi-Yu said in a low voice, "What happened? Weren't the Julie people completely suppressed by us? How could this be?" Ruyue and the other Zodiac guardian warriors also gathered around. Chi-Yu had returned. They all felt a sense of relief. Ruyue sighed and walked to Chi-Yu's side, saying, "Let's go in and talk." Chi-Yu and Snow Girl followed everyone back to the largest tent in the center. After Ryue's explanation, Chi-Yu understood what had happened. As it turned out, when the Jiuli People's Army had been reduced by half due to the combined efforts of the Human Alliance and the Zodiac Army, a change suddenly occurred. Chi-Yu returned to the Jiuli People's camp. When he realized that Chi-Yu was not in the opposing camp, he immediately led the Jiuli people back to kill them. Chi-Yu was indeed powerful. With the Pango axe, even Yi Ruo, Qinglong, and the Black Tortoise could only barely hold him back. In terms of overall strength, the three of them were obviously stronger than Chi-Yu. However, the Pango axe was too frightening. Under Chi-Yu's full power, he killed the Black Tortoise at the cost of some light injuries. Qinglong was also injured in order to protect Yi Ruo. If that was the case, the battle would at most be in a stalemate. After all, the Zodiac Army could cause great damage to the enemy. However, after the first defeat, when Chi-Yu led the army of the Jiuli tribe to attack for the second time, they were accompanied by hundreds of ferocious beasts. As this happened suddenly, the Human Alliance did not have time to react and suffered heavy losses. At this time, the most important thing was that the firearms and ammunition that Chi-Yu and the others had brought from the modern era had been used up. This caused the Human Alliance's strength to decrease greatly. The Zodiac Army alone could not withstand so many beasts. In desperation, in order to protect the 4 human races and the warriors of the Zodiac Army, Ryu finally ordered everyone to use their tokens. The appearance of hundreds of golden-winged eagles immediately changed the situation of the battle. In the battle, they once again repelled the army led by Chi-Yu. With the combined efforts of the Zodiac guardian gods, Chi-Yu could not defeat them even though he had the Pango axe. He could only injure them lightly. However, the battle had just begun. How could the appearance of hundreds of golden-winged eagles not attract the enemy's attention? The Rock Wisdom King had long known that his son and a large number of his clansmen had disappeared. However, he could not find the culprit. Once he received a report from his subordinates about the situation, he immediately led his men to attack. He swore to avenge his son. He had brought more than half of the golden-winged eagle's strength with him. He had become a great help to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's strength was similar to that of the Rock Wisdom King. However, the Rock Wisdom King's clansmen were obviously much stronger than the Jiuli people. In order to prevent the Rock Wisdom King from coveting his Pango axe, Chi-Yu had been keeping watch among the Jiuli people and did not attack again. Fortunately, this had prevented the Human Alliance from being completely annihilated. The 12 Zodiac guardian gods had led the Zodiac Army to fight against the great Rock Wisdom King and his subordinates many times. However, their combined strength was not enough to fight against one of the great beast kings of the ancient beasts era. Under the valiant leadership of the Rock Wisdom King, they had defeated the Zodiac Army several times. However, fortunately, they were wary of the orders of the Zodiac Army's warriors. In addition, the 12 Zodiac Guardian Gods warriors had fought to the death, so the Zodiac Army had not been completely destroyed. However, as many as 2/3 of the Zodiac Guardian Gods had been seriously injured, just like what Chi-Yu had seen. The Rock Wisdom King had only managed to escape with the protection of the golden-winged eagles. The Rock Wisdom King had already announced that if the Zodiac Army did not release his clansmen and hand over his son, he would completely destroy the Zodiac Army next time, regardless of the casualties of his clansmen. By the time Chi-Yu arrived, it was the second day after the Rock Wisdom King had made his threat. There were only 2 days left until the time limit he had given them. After listening to Ryue's explanation, Chi-Yu could not help but look gloomy. No wonder the Human Alliance had suffered such heavy losses. It was the Rock Wisdom King who had intervened. However, if the beasts were here, then where were the divine beasts? Why did they not send reinforcements? Chi-Yu was very clear about the Rock Wisdom King's abilities. With the Rock Wisdom King leading his clansmen, Chi-Yu was not confident that he could defeat the Rock Wisdom King. Therefore, what the humans needed the most now was a large amount of reinforcements. After understanding what had happened, Chiyu instructed everyone to recuperate first. He also took out the ammunition that he had brought back and asked the uninjured members of the Zodiac army to send them to the 4 human races. As for himself, he went to look for Yi-Ruo. When Chiyu saw Yi-Ruo, he could not help but be shocked. Before he left, Yi-Ruo was still so youthful and beautiful. She did not look like Kirin, who had lived for 1,000 years. However, when he saw Yi-Ruo again, Yi-Ruo's temples had turned white. It was as if she had suddenly aged more than 10 years. "Mother, I'm back." Chi-Yu took a few steps forward. Originally, he wanted to blame the divine beasts for not sending reinforcements. However, when he saw Yi-Ruo, how could he bear to blame her? That's right. The black tortoise was dead. One of her 2 husbands was dead. How could she be in a good mood? When she saw Chi-Yu, Yi-Ruo's eyes revealed a tinge of joy. She held his hand and said, "You're finally back. The past few days have been like a nightmare for the humans." Chi-Yu said, "Mother, I already know what happened. You must be very sad about the death of the black tortoise. However, the dead are gone. We still have to fight against the Juli people and the beasts. You are the backbone of the humans. You must hold on." As he spoke, he channeled the energy of the source of nature into Yi-Ruo's body. With Chi-Yu's support, Yi-Ruo looked much better. There was a tinge of deep sorrow in her eyes. "The black tortoise is dead. If not for me, he would not have died. Chi-Yu's axe was originally aimed at me. However, in order to save me, the black tortoise used his strongest defensive power to block Chi-Yu's axe. I still remember it clearly. I am already old, and his body was split into 2 by the Panga axe. Chi-Yu, promise me that you will take revenge for the black tortoise. I am already old. From now on, I can only rely on you." Looking at Yi-Ruo, Chi-Yu could not bear to reject her. "Mother, I will. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely kill Chi-Yu and take revenge for the black tortoise. Chi-Yu is the enemy of the entire human race. I will not let him off. However, I am curious. Since the great rock wisdom king brought his people to attack us, why did the divine beasts not appear? If not for Ruiyue and the rest fighting with all their might, the human race would have been wiped out. Where is Senior Emohua now?" Yi-Ruo smiled bitterly and said, "Child, don't blame Emohua. When the great rock wisdom king reached here, I had already requested for help. However, the reply I received made me give up on this idea. I don't know why. The great rock wisdom king, the deep sea nether dragon king, and the chaos king actually came to an agreement. The great rock wisdom king is helping Chi-Yu to attack us, while the main force of the divine beasts is being attacked by the deep sea nether dragon king and the chaos king. They can't even protect themselves, let alone help us. Now, we can only rely on our own strength to fight against the great rock wisdom king and Chi-Yu. However, we don't know how long we can hold on like this. Ever since Chi-Yu was injured, he has been waiting for an opportunity. I believe that the next time the great rock wisdom king launches an attack on us, he will definitely show up. Even if he doesn't use the Panga axe, he will still be a huge threat to us. On our side, your Zodiac army has already lost more than half of its combat power. The weapons that you brought back then are also almost used up. All we can do now is probably wait for death." When he came out of Yi-Ruo's room, Chi-Yu's heart was unusually heavy. He understood that Yi-Ruo was right. Even with him, they couldn't fight against the allied army of the golden-winged eagle and Chi-Yu. What could he do to resolve the crisis in front of him? Zagru once said that if he didn't want his era to be affected, then history couldn't be changed. The final victor here had to be the humans. However, things had already reached this stage. How could he let the humans win? He and the Zodiac army could retreat, but that would mean that the humans here would be destroyed. For a moment, Chi-Yu couldn't help but have a headache. He returned to his Zodiac army gloomily. Once he entered, Chi-Yu heard Hu Guang's angry voice. F asterisk CK. That bunch of stupid birds almost killed my dick. F asterisk CK. If I don't take revenge, I am not a human. F asterisk CK. If we were in our era, I would directly use a few Patriot missiles to blow up those stupid birds. Hearing Hu Guang's words, Chi Yu couldn't help but have a thought. In an instant, his gloominess disappeared. That's right. His greatest advantage wasn't the strength of the Zodiac army. It was the technology that he had that didn't belong to this world. Now that things had developed to this stage, in order not to change history, he had no choice but to take a gamble. At this thought, Chi Yu shouted, Hu Guang, come out for a moment. Hearing Chi Yu's voice, Hu Guang and Ian walked out of their own tents. Their pitiful wooden tents looked like they could collapse at any time. Boss, you're back. How is it? Will those divine beasts come? I think if they don't come, we should retreat. We have so many brothers here. We can't all be trapped here. We can still make it if we don't die. Chi Yu looked at Hu Guang and said with a smile, What, my underworld boss? If we retreat now, will you be able to swallow this anger? Hu Guang stamped his feet hard, but it caused the wound on his leg to hurt. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and said, What can I do even if I can't swallow it? I'm not as strong as them. F asterisk, see, it hurts. Chi Yu said, Hu Guang, if we return to the modern world now, I'll give you only 1 day. Can you find weapons of mass destruction? Hu Guang was stunned at first. Then his small eyes lit up. He raised his thick glasses and said in surprise, Boss, are you saying that we're going to use weapons of mass destruction here? Chi Yu's eyes flashed fiercely. So many of our brothers are injured, and the human race is about to be wiped out by them. We have no choice but to use them. Didn't the great rock wisdom king give us 3 days to think about it? Well, let's give him a little surprise. Tell me quickly, can you find weapons of mass destruction in 1 day? At least one that can deal with those golden-winged eagles in the sky. Without waiting for Hu Guang to speak, Ian, who was at the side, said anxiously, No problem, I'm going all out. For this, I want to see those stupid birds being blown up into the sky. Boss, do you have more? Weapons of mass destruction are strictly controlled by every country. However, we have a collection, and now is a good time to use it. It's made in Russia and belongs to the previous generations. Although its power can't be compared to today's high-tech products, it's definitely enough to deal with those stupid birds. Hearing Ian's words, Hu Guang couldn't help but be surprised. You mean that? Ian said coldly, Yes, that's it. I don't believe it. F asterisk CK, no matter how strong these stupid birds are, can they compare to a nuclear bomb? Hearing Ian's words, Chi Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Originally, he thought that Ian and Hu Guang would at most take out some small bombs. He didn't expect this guy to open his mouth and ask for a nuclear bomb. Although Chi Yu hadn't seen the power of a nuclear bomb, but he had heard that even he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed in the face of a nuclear bomb. How many of them could survive on the side of the Jili people and the great rock wisdom king? These two fellows were truly worthy of being the godfathers of the military world. They actually had such a thing in their collection. Too strong. Frowning, Chi Yu rejected Ian's suggestion in the end. No, we can't use a nuclear bomb. Ian was startled and said, Why? The power of a nuclear bomb is definitely strong enough. If we use one, all the problems will be solved. That beautiful mushroom cloud. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to use it, but now it seems like it's just right. Chi shook his head and said, No, we definitely can't use a nuclear bomb. Let's not talk about its destructive power. Even continuous radiation was not something that humans could withstand. This is a human settlement. If a nuclear bomb explodes, who knows how much area will be affected by the radiation? Don't forget, the humans of this era can be said to be our ancestors. If our ancestors are affected by the radiation and become strange, then our era will definitely be affected as well. Don't tell me you want to become a monster? Hearing Chi-Yu's words, Ian couldn't help but stick out his tongue and scratched his head. That's a big problem. Then what do you think we should do? Chi-Yu said, don't you have any other weapons? Just a slightly stronger anti-air weapon will do. The Jilly people aren't that scary. The ammunition I brought this time and the Zodiac army should be enough to deal with them. In 2 days, I am completely confident that everyone's body will recover. With the help of the 8-cloud level water thundercloud force and the source of nature, Chi-Yu was indeed confident that he could do it. Hu Guang suddenly clapped his hands and said, forget it, I admit it. Although I'm a little reluctant to use it. I have no choice but to use it now. Ian said anxiously, Old Hu, that's something worth hundreds of millions of US dollars. We're going to sell it to the Middle East. Chi-Yu was stunned and said, what is it? If the effect is good, I will pay for it later. Kirin Group is developing very well. I estimate that in a year or 2 at most, I will have enough money to give you guys. 100 million US dollars is not a problem. It wasn't that Chi was being arrogant now, but with a rich father like Chi Tianlei, he naturally had more confidence than before. Facing the enemy now was no longer his problem. It was related to the entire human race. 100 million US dollars was still worth it. Hu Guang and Ian looked at each other. Then Ian said, Boss, you are treating me like an outsider. Anyway, we secretly got this thing. You can just give us the cost price of 50 million. Chi-Yu said, we don't have much time. Hurry up and tell us, what is it? Hu Guang's expression became serious. It was rare for him to say, Boss, have you seen the movie Brave Adventure Island? Chi-Yu nodded subconsciously and said, Of course I have. That is an eternal classic. Ah, you are not going to say that the thing you are going to take out is the one in Brave Adventure Island. Hu Guang nodded and said, That's right, it is the VX gas missile. When he said this name, his expression was obviously a little ferocious. Chi-Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was as if the scene in the movie Brave Adventure Island appeared before his eyes again. The green crystals in the missile looked so beautiful, but they were absolutely fatal. The male lead in the movie once said that as long as there was more than a spoonful of liquid poison gas in the air, then all the living things in a street would be destroyed. Who would have thought that Hu Guang and the others even had such a thing? It was really too strong. Hu Guang, you have such a thing. Aren't you afraid of the government interfering? Chi-Yu asked. Hu Guang snorted and said, Although chemical weapons are widely condemned by the law, which country has ever stopped researching and developing them? Boss, don't worry, in terms of confidentiality, our Sacred Flame sect has always been the best. Only Ian and I know about the existence of the poison gas missile. One day is enough for us to deploy it. The poison in chemical weapons can be divided into 6 main categories, among which the most overbearing is the nerve poison gas, which is a derivative of organophosphoric acid, and can be divided into G and V nerve poisons. G nerve poison is the nail alkyl fluorophosphonate or dialkyl aminocyanophosphonate type of poison. The main representatives were tabun, sarin, and remin. Class V neurotoxins referred to dialkylaminoethyl methylthiophosphonate alkyl ester toxins. The main representative was called VX, which was the VX gas mentioned in the movie. The explanation in the movie is not exaggerated at all. Depending on the equipment, the liquid poison gas content in the missile is also different. We have a total of 4 VX gas missiles, and each of them contains 15 kilograms of liquid poison gas. Once it is ignited in the air, then the area it covers will definitely be terrifying. Moreover, this nerve poison gas has an advantage. It will completely ignite within an hour and will not cause continuous space damage. So it seems to be the best time to use it now. I don't believe that those stupid birds can survive in front of the nerve poison. As expected of an arms dealer. With such a detailed introduction, Chi-Yu could not understand the components of the poison gas, but the power of this nerve poison gas missile was obvious. Although the golden-winged eagle was strong, in the face of such a strong poison gas. Even he might not be able to handle it. At this moment, little Peng's voice suddenly sounded in Chi Yu's mind. "Master, don't! Let go of my people." Chi Yu was stunned. After all, little Peng was already his master, and its sorrowful voice caused Chi Yu's emotions to fluctuate. With a flash of light, Chi Yu released little Peng from his body and said in a low voice, "Little Peng, you have to understand. It's not that I don't want to let go of your people. It's your people who don't want to let us go." Chapter 256. Little Peng said eagerly, "Master, if you agree, I can go look for my father now and ask him to lead our people to retreat. If that's the case, will you not have to deal with him?" Chi Yu's heart skipped a beat. It would be best if he didn't have to use the gas missiles. As long as the great Peng Wisdom King agreed, he wouldn't have to worry about him going back on his word. After all, his son was still with him. As long as he didn't agree, little Peng wouldn't be able to regain his freedom. At this thought, Chi Yu nodded and said, "You can go and persuade your father, but we can only let you go after the missiles are ready. Otherwise, if you tell him about the situation, he will immediately lead his people to attack us. How are we going to deal with that?" Looking at little Peng's pleading expression, Chi Yu continued, "Dong Peng, since you are my servant, I will treat you as a friend. I promise you, as long as your father is willing to lead your people to retreat and no longer be enemies with humans, I will not use the missiles." Little Peng had no choice but to agree. Without further ado, after a brief discussion with Hu Guang, Chi Yu immediately looked for Snow Girl and activated the Kunlun Mirror's space-time travel ability for the second time in a day. In order to ensure that Snow Girl had enough energy to activate the Kunlun Mirrors, Chi Yu, Ruyue, Hu Guang, and Ian all returned to the modern era. After leaving Hu Guang and Ian behind, Chi Yu and the other two returned to the era of the ancient beasts. This trip back and forth consumed nearly half of Chi Yu's energy. However, he had to hurry back. After all, the threat here was too great. Chi Yu had to help the Zodiac army recover from their serious injuries as soon as possible. A day passed by quickly. The special healing method produced by the Water Thundercloud Force, with the help of nature energy, was even more effective than Chi Yu had imagined. In addition, the ancient beasts had sufficient nature energy to replenish their energy. Within a day, he had already healed at least 80% of the injuries of everyone. The entire Zodiac army had regained their combat ability. With the addition of ammunition, the strength of the human allied forces was restored. After that, Chi Yu went back and forth between the modern era and the ancient behemoth era, bringing Hu Guang and Ian back. Returning with them were 10 of their trusted subordinates, who were responsible for operating the VX gas missiles. Right then, there was less than a day left until the 3-day deadline set by the great Rock Wisdom King. Chi Yu kept his promise and sent little Peng to persuade the great Rock Wisdom King, while he quickly used this time to recover his thundercloud force. Under the command of Hu Guang and Ian, 4 VX gas missiles that were not very large in size had been created. They could be directly controlled by a laptop. Within 20 seconds, they could effectively strike in any direction within 30 kilometers. In order to maximize the effectiveness of the missiles. This time, Hu Guang and the others even brought back a small military radar, which was used to accurately locate the bombs. With everything ready, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, technology was extremely important. With these poisonous gas missiles, the originally one-sided battle was likely to change. Little Peng's departure lasted nearly 2 hours before he returned to the human camp. His eyes were full of worry. Feeling the change in his aura, Chi Yu knew that his persuasion had failed. "Did your father not agree?" Chi Yu asked. Little Peng said, "You have captured more than 100 of our people. Father is already furious. He doesn't believe that you have anything that can kill our people. No matter how I persuaded him, he refused. Master, I beg you, let my people go." Chi Yu had already thought of the possible answer of Great Peng Wisdom King. Little Peng was different from Great Peng, Wisdom King. After all, Little Peng had followed him back to the modern era. He had seen many things that were unimaginable to this era, so he would believe him. But Great Peng Wisdom King had always lived in the era of the ancient beasts. It was impossible for him to know all this. It was normal for him to be confident in his own strength. Little Peng's pleading and Chi Yu's unwillingness to interfere too much with the development of the ancient beasts era made him make a decision. Little Peng, go there again. When you see your father, tell him that when the battle starts tomorrow, let the people of the Zuli tribe rush to the front. I will let him see the power of the VX gas missile, and then he will know whether I am scaring him or not. If he still decides to fight us to the end, then don't blame me for being merciless. Little Peng knew that this was Chi Yu's limit. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude and went to look for his father again. This time it was much smoother. When he returned, he brought the news that Great Peng Wisdom King had agreed to let the Zuli people be the vanguard. The strength of the great golden-winged eagle clan was obviously above that of the Zuli people, so he was not afraid that they would not agree. After a night's rest, all the Zodiac guardian god warriors had recovered to their best condition. Today's battle would determine the survival of the humans in the era of the ancient beasts. Everyone was very nervous. 4 VX gas missiles were set up at the front of the camp. The warheads, which were less than 2 meters long, shone faintly under the sunlight. Now, the only thing that Chi Yu was worried about was whether the special constitution of the Zili people would be affected by the poisonous gas. If the effects of the VX gas missiles were not as good as expected, they would be in for a tough battle. At the last moment, he might have to summon the Bull Demon King again and use the second condition that he had agreed to. This was also Chi Yu's trump card, but no matter what, he would never give up on the humans here. The warriors of the 4 clans who could still fight were divided into 4 square formations. Under the command of their respective chiefs, they raised their crude weapons and waited quietly behind the Zodiac army. Meanwhile, the thousands of people who had replenished their ammunition were lying in the trenches that had been dug and loaded, waiting for the enemy to attack. With the ammunition, their confidence was greatly boosted. After all, with these weapons, they had defeated the Zuli people's army several times in the past. Now, the battle had become a battle between technology and strength. As the sun gradually rose, bringing more warmth to Dali, the plains began to tremble. In the distance, a large number of Zuli people were approaching in a scattered formation. A large number of Zuli people in scattered formations advanced towards Galai. At the very front were the 2 Nalis, and behind them was a row of Natans. Ever since humans had advanced weapons, the Zuli people had come up with a strategy in order to minimize their losses. The defense of the Devourers was much stronger than that of the ordinary Zuli people. With the Devourers blocking the way, even armor-piercing bullets would not be able to cause too much damage. The advance of the Zuli people's army was not fast, but it was very steady. Imperceptibly, it brought great pressure to the allied human forces. Chi Yu, Snow Girl, Shangbing, the Plant Soul, Jida, and the 12 Zodiac guardian god warriors stood at the front. The Azure Dragon had yet to recover from his serious injuries. Thus, he did not participate in this decisive battle. Chi Yu waved his hand, and Hu Guang said in a low voice, "Prepare the number 1 missile. The target is 20 meters above the center of the enemy's formation. Let the missiles explode in the air." At this point, Chi Yu did not care about the Zili people's army. He looked into the distance and looked at the sky. Indeed, not long after the Zili people's army appeared, the sky in the distance turned golden. Close to 200 golden-winged eagles floated in midair. Although they did not fly over, they caused Chi Yu to feel an immense pressure. These golden-winged eagles were obviously the strongest in the entire golden-winged eagle family. Among them, there were many who were at the same level as Little Peng. At the very front of the golden-winged eagle's camp, a giant golden-winged eagle that was more than 30 meters long, almost comparable to an undying divine dragon, was quietly floating in the air. Unlike ordinary golden-winged eagles, the color of its feathers was darker, closer to the color of purple gold. Coupled with its huge body, it looked especially obvious in the air. Given the flying speed of the golden-winged eagles, if not for the fact that the VX gas missiles could track their targets, Chiyu did not have the confidence to fight against the golden-winged eagle family. One had to know that the golden-winged eagles were 1/3 of the entire beast world's strength. The Jili people's army was getting closer and closer. Chiyu calculated the distance between the two parties and the current wind speed. He was slightly excited as he nodded at Huguang. He would not be soft-hearted towards these Jili people who had harmed countless humans. Huguang suddenly waved his right hand towards the number 1 missile. The target had already been locked on. The crisp sound of the keyboard allowed the radar to completely lock on to the target. Following an ear-piercing explosion, the rocket launcher at the back of the missile ignited and shot out with a whoosh. Under the effect of the rocket launcher, the missile's speed instantly surpassed the speed of sound. It was a speed that not even the golden-winged eagles could match. It was obvious that this was the first time that Huguang's subordinate had used a chemical weapon of mass destruction. He was clearly a little nervous. When the missile quickly reached its destination, the speed at which he pressed the detonation button was slightly slower. Fortunately, this slight deviation did not affect the effect of the VX gas missile. The shrill sound of the missile attracted the attention of the Jili people. However, before Nali, who was at the very front, could intercept it, the missile had already reached the top of the Jili people's army. After all, it was simply too fast. Just as most of the Jili people who saw the missile raised their heads in shock, suddenly there was a loud bang and the warhead exploded. 1 tablespoon of poisonous gas was enough to destroy the lives of an entire street. This missile contained a whole 15 kilograms of poisonous gas. The instant the missile exploded, the force of the explosion sent some of the Jili people's soldiers flying. However, the explosion was clearly not its method of attack. In the instant after the explosion, a thick green fog suddenly exploded and spread in all directions at an alarming speed. Nali, who was at the very front, was stunned. How could they, who were vicious people from ancient times, have ever seen VX gas? They watched as the green weapon exploded, but they still did not understand what was going on. The speed at which the VX gas spread could only be described as terrifying. In just a short while, the poisonous gas had already spread further and further. Moreover, it had also started to descend towards the ground. The Jili people felt a little uneasy. They waved their crude and clumsy weapons in an attempt to disperse the poisonous gas. However, it was gas. How could it possibly be broken apart? In contrast to the panic of the Jili people, Chiyu's side was also very nervous. If the VX gas was unable to display its power, they would immediately be attacked by the Jili people and the great golden-winged eagle legion. That would be a devastating blow. However, Chiyu was clearly worrying too much. During the era of the ancient beasts, due to the beauty of the natural environment, there were much fewer germs compared to Chiyu's era. The absence of germs meant that the resistance of the people of this era was very weak. Even with the bodies of the Jili people, they could only resist physical and energy attacks. When the VX gas descended and enveloped the bodies of the Jili people, the entire Jili people's army was instantly thrown into chaos. The effect of the VX gas was very simple, but it was also very terrifying. It could paralyze a person's nerves and cause them to die in an extremely short amount of time. It did not fester like in the movies. The effect of the nerve gas was rapid and fatal. The green fog spread like smoke. Countless mournful howls could be heard from the Jili people's camp. Huguang, who was beside Chiyu, asked, "Boss, have you seen a dog that can jump more than 3 meters high?" Chiyu was stunned. "Why are you asking me this?" Huguang chuckled. "Because I've seen it before. I once sprayed a dog with a female pepper spray. At that time, the dog shrieked and jumped. That sound definitely didn't come from a dog. Furthermore, it actually jumped more than 3 meters high and gave me a fright. After recovering for half a month, the dog finally returned to normal. The pepper spray that I used contained a very small amount of nerve poison. It was a very small amount and couldn't be compared to the VX gas. Qi, you already understood what Hu Guang meant. At that moment, as if they heard Hu Guang's words, the people in the Zhuli people's camp started to jump from the ground. Although they were far away, Qiyu and the rest could see clearly from where they were. This showed how high the Zhuli people had jumped. Qi, you had the best eyesight. He could clearly see that after the Zhuli people jumped, they struggled with all their might, as if they were trying to break free from something. However, none of the tribesmen of the Zhuli tribe stood up after they landed on the ground. Like harvesting wheat, the Zhuli people's army spread out rapidly from the center. Their lives were swiftly reaped by the Grim Reaper. At that moment, Nali, who was commanding at the front, came to his senses and shouted something shrilly. The Zhuli people immediately started to flee in all directions. The green mist in the air was becoming fainter and fainter, which brought them unprecedented fear. However, in order to guard against the humans' firearms, the Zhuli people's formation was already very densely packed. It wasn't easy for them to escape. The speed at which the poison spread was much faster than the speed at which they could escape. Furthermore, as the poison spread, the fleeing Zhuli people would inevitably trample on each other. In an instant, the entire Zhuli people's camp was in chaos. Qi Yu shouted to the gunmen of the 4 tribes, "Everyone get ready. As soon as you see the Zhuli people step out of the area enveloped by the green mist, concentrate your firepower and shoot them down. Leave no one alive." At this point in time, the battle between the humans and the Zhuli people no longer had any suspense. The key to victory was actually that tiny grenade. Based on one's vision alone, at least a third of the Zhuli people had lost their lives to the VX gas in a short period of time. This number was still increasing rapidly. The great golden-winged eagle clan in the distance did not move. The great golden-winged eagle clan could clearly see everything that was happening below with his superb eyesight. At this moment, he finally understood why his son would rather follow that person's orders than lead his clansmen in an attack. He was very familiar with the strength of the Zhuli people. At this moment, the Zhuli people were actually unable to resist the green mist. His heart was filled with fear. He simply could not understand what the green mist was. After all, there was no chemistry in this era. He smiled. A faint light flashed in Qi Yu's eyes. He placed his hands behind his back and said, "Zodiac team, get ready. Lock onto the scattered Zhuli people and carry out a purge. Pay attention. When you move, make sure that the Zhuli people have already left the area of effect of the VX gas before you attack. Also, pay attention to any changes in the direction of the wind." In recent battles, they had been completely suppressed by the other side. Every time they fought, they would retreat in defeat. The soldiers of the Zodiac army had long been suppressing their anger. Seeing the tyrannical Zhuli tribesmen completely defenseless in front of the VX gas bombs, and seeing their pathetic appearance, they felt that it was a great feeling to beat them when they were down. The 12 Zodiac Guardians led the 12 Zodiac teams and spread out at the same time, heading towards the fleeing Zhuli people. Qi Yu muttered to himself, "Why? Are you still not willing to come out?" An incomparably furious voice rang out from afar, as if it had heard his voice. A huge figure soared into the sky, carrying with it a tremendous amount of energy and an incomparably powerful aura. It swept towards the VX gas in the air. Under the influence of the huge energy, a whirlwind immediately blew in the air. Qi Yu's expression changed slightly. His body floated out like a bolt of lightning, and the green glow around him instantly intensified under the influence of the source of nature. A huge tornado appeared out of thin air around his body. The location of the explosion of the VX gas grenade was precisely calculated by Qi Yu. It was still very far away from their camp. Hence, the poisonous gas was about to be blown away. He was not worried at all. As long as the gas was not blown towards the front, it would only harm the fleeing Jili people. Qi Yu's anger had reached its peak. Originally, he had thought that today's battle would be extremely easy. With the cooperation of the Great Rock King and his tribesmen, as well as the Jili people's ground troops, they would definitely be able to kill all the humans. However, he never expected that, just as he was waiting for the end of the battle, the situation had completely changed. The Golden Rock King did not move, but his army had already suffered a devastating blow. At this point, it was too late for him to do anything. Looking at the large number of twitching bodies on the ground, Qi Yu could only increase his strength, hoping that he could blow the poisonous gas towards the human camp. Unfortunately, the distance was too far. Furthermore, although Qi Yu was powerful, he was not proficient in using wind energy. How could it be better than Qi Yu's wind thundercloud force? A white tornado suddenly blossomed. Qi Yu did not engage in a full frontal confrontation with Qi Yu, instead relying on the green tornado to block the front. Using the effect of the tornado, the VX poison gas was released to both sides. Although the speed at which the poison gas was released had increased under the effects of the two's energy, it had also enveloped a wider area in an instant. When he saw Qi Yu appear, Qi Yu had already used his spiritual energy to inform the Zodiac guardian god warriors to immediately return to their team and not pursue them for the time being. He did not want his people to be attacked by the poisonous gas. The poisonous gas surged and spread in all directions. Qi Yu no longer had the time to care about the effects of the poisonous gas. Qi Yu was floating 1,000 meters away from him. Although he was not close, Qi Yu could still clearly feel the intense killing intent from Qi Yu's body. It was filled with a feeling of destruction. Evidently, this ancient demon was extremely furious. Qi Yu was in a good mood. The originally one-sided battle had changed because of a small poisonous gas missile. With this experience, it would be very easy for him to help the humans fight against the Jili people in the future. Advanced technology. After all, this backward era could not be compared to it. Indeed, Qi Yu was close to losing his mind at this moment. Looking at Qi Yu in the sky opposite him, he did not need to think to know that the appearance of this person had caused such a huge change in the battle situation today. Qi Yu did not know what the green fog was, but it was the green fog that disintegrated the main force of his entire Jili people army. Panga's axe was huge in his hands. At this moment, Qi Yu had already forgotten about the threat of the demon Ox King. The only thought in his mind was to tear this fellow in front of him into pieces. Qi Yu did not have any intention of backing down in the face of Qi Yu. His previous failure did not mean that he would fail again this time. No matter how strong Qi Yu was, could he fight against his two divine weapons? With a long roar, Qi Yu released a domineering aura from his body. Kirin's king's power was fully displayed, and a huge shadow of Kirin appeared behind Qi Yu. Under the influence of the astronomical phenomenon, he immediately entered the second stage of Kirin's origin mutation. Perhaps it was due to the enhancement of the thundercloud force. The black scales on his body exuded a layer of dark golden luster. With a flash of golden light, the Xuanyuan sword appeared in Qi Yu's right hand. The return of Xuanyuan's soul undoubtedly allowed the Xuanyuan sword's power to be maximized. Through Xuanyuan's soul, Qi Yu could better control every change in the energy of the Xuanyuan sword. Facing the Pango axe once again, he was filled with confidence. Ah! Qi Yu roared angrily. A distance of 1,000 meters was nothing to him. He raised the Pango axe high up, and an extremely surging and domineering airflow swept towards Qi Yu, who was 1,000 meters away. At the same time, his tall body also charged in Qi Yu's direction at a speed that was hard to discern with the naked eye. Qi Yu's calm face did not change because of Qi Yu's attack. He raised the Xuanyuan sword from the bottom up, and the golden sword light condensed 3 meters in front of him like a tangible substance. An ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. The long-range attack of the Pango axe was directly cut in half by the sharp edge of the Xuanyuan sword. At this moment, Chi-Yu's body also moved. The black Kirin wings on his back flapped, making his body rush towards Chi-Yu like an arrow. There was no doubt that Chi-Yu was very strong, but at this time, Chi-Yu had also become stronger. After his own disdain for hard work and the appearance of opportunities, his current comprehensive strength was completely comparable to Chi-Yu's. A soft ding rang out. Although the sound was crisp and clear at the start, it wasn't loud. However, by the time this ding rang out, the battle between Chi-Yu and Chi-Yu had already become the focus of all the creatures present. Regardless of whether it was the allied forces of the 4 tribes, the Juli people who had survived, or the great Rock Wisdom King and his subordinates who were watching the battle from afar, they were all stunned. All of them were attracted by this earth-shattering battle in front of them. The Pango axe in Chiyo's hands fully displayed its earth-shattering violence. It was not fancy, nor was there any technique to speak of. Every strike of the axe carried a destructive energy. Chi-Yu was about to go crazy. He poured all his energy into the Pango axe. Even if he had lost the battle against the humans today, he must destroy the human in front of him. It was him who had ruined his plans several times. If he didn't kill him, how could the demonic god keep his face? However, would Chi-Yu be defeated so easily? Of course not. He didn't even dodge, nor did he use any technique. The Xianyuan sword opened up, and every strike was filled with surging golden light. The soul of the Xianyuan was incomparably proud. Facing the challenge of the Pango axe for the first time, he perfectly cooperated with Chi-Yu. His control over the Xianyuan sword and the energy that Chi-Yu poured in were perfectly combined. Golden light burst out, and every time they collided, the sky and the earth would change color. With the point of battle as the center, no one could approach within a radius of several thousand square meters. The violent airflow was like a meat grinder, causing the ground to collapse and form a huge pit. Any living creature within the space between the 2 divine weapons was completely crushed by the violent airflow. Boom! After an unknown number of strikes, the Xianyuan sword and the Pango axe stopped for the last time. The sword and the axe clashed. Chi-Yu and Chi-Yu simultaneously used their divine weapons to press against each other. They were so close that they could almost hear each other's breathing. Their eyes met. Chi-Yu's gaze was cold and calm, while Chi-Yu's gaze was incomparably violent. If looks could tear the opponent to pieces, then perhaps Chi-Yu would have died countless times. A wisp of blood flowed down from the corner of Chi-Yu's mouth. Although he wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of divine weapons, in terms of his own energy, even if he had improved, it was impossible for him to catch up to Chi-Yu's level so quickly. Facing each other, the energy of the 2 had been raised to the limit. The huge energy constantly produced ear-piercing tearing sounds. With them as the center, the air within a radius of 10 meters was completely distorted and in the process of constantly breaking. Updated by Taotaro. Chapter 257. Chi-Yu replied coldly, "You're not a human to begin with. You're a demon. Every single one of you, Juli people, deserves to die. If you're not destroyed, it will be a disaster for the entire world. We're enemies and you're still asking me why? However, I'm very curious as to how you could recover so quickly. It seems like I've underestimated you." Chi-Yu looked at Chi-Yu, and his eyes had already turned blood red. There was clearly a reason why he could recover so quickly, and the method of his recovery was because of the Na-Me that Chi-Yu had seen and killed previously. Those Na-Me were refined by Chi-Yu using some special methods, using the Jili people. It was unknown how many of the strongest warriors of the Jili people were sacrificed to create a total of 20 Na-Me. However, before Chi-Yu could unleash their full potential, Chi-Yu had already killed 10 of them. To Chi-Yu, the death of the Na-Me could be said to be even more painful than the death of the Jili people's army. With the special ability of the Na-Me to transfer energy, he had escaped from the Bull Demon King's attack. At the same time, he had also sacrificed the lives of 4 Na-Me before he could transfer his injuries and recover so quickly. To him, every Name was actually a puppet of his body, and they all carried a part of his demon soul. With a loud bang, Chiyu's body was sent flying, but the light on the Xianyuan sword became even more intense. Chiyu's body was still flying, but the golden light had already completely enveloped his body. Immediately after, as the golden sun, moon, and stars appeared, 3 pairs of wings of different colors appeared on Chiyu's back. At this moment, the crimson golden armor of Lunisolar and Stars had completed its transformation. The most powerful battle form of the Kirin King had appeared. Taking a deep breath, Chiyu calmed his turbulent blood flow. The water, thundercloud force was deliberately separated from the solar lunar star, crimson golden armor, by Chiyu. Chiyu was very strong, and he was even stronger with the Pango axe. The overbearing energy of the Pango axe was not something that the Xianyuan sword could completely filter. Similarly, the sharpness of the Xianyuan sword was not something that the Pango axe could completely resist. There were already many fine wounds on Chiyo's body, under Xuanyuan's sword, who could escape unscathed. However, one of them was an external injury. One was an internal injury. In comparison, Chiyu had suffered more. Chiyu's body disappeared. Suddenly, a huge golden ball of light appeared in the sky. The ball of light flickered, and even the great rock Wisdom King in the distant sky could feel its sharpness. A huge golden long sword broke out of the ball of light. Oneness of heaven and man, the first move of the Xianyuan 8 laws. Feeling the incomparably huge energy on the Xianyuan sword, Chiyu could not help but be shocked even though he was in a frenzy. After all, the Xianyuan sword that he was facing now was much stronger than the last time. They were both oneness of heaven and man. How could it be the same with the soul of Xianyuan and without the soul of Xianyuan? A faint light flickered. Chiyu held the huge long handle of the Pango axe with both hands. With a roar, he used all the strength in his body to raise the axe high. Surging white light condensed on the body of the axe, and the axe god of the Pango axe and Chiyu became one, splitting the heavens and splitting the earth. With an incomparably surging airflow, met the oneness of heaven and man that had suddenly appeared. The golden Xianyuan sword and the white Pango axe clashed. An ear-piercing sound caused countless deep cracks to appear on the collapsed ground below. The light faded at the same time. Chiyu and Chiyu turned to look at each other in different directions. The Xianyuan sword was constantly trembling and buzzing, and the broad surface of the Pango axe was also in the same situation. The light on both of them had become much dimmer at the same time. Their all-out attack had consumed a lot of their energy. After using the solar, lunisolar golden armor, Chiyu was still weaker than his opponent in terms of energy. However, the attack just now was mainly due to the effect of the 2 divine weapons. The return of the soul of Xianyuan had caused the quality of the Xianyuan sword to be slightly higher than that of the Pango axe. As a result, the gap between Chiyu and Chiyu had narrowed a little. At this moment, although Chiyu's internal injuries were a little more serious, Chiyu was not feeling well either. The residual sharp energy of the Xianyuan sword was also affecting his meridians. Chiyu roared angrily. Holding the axe handle with both hands, he suddenly spun the axe with his body. Like a huge meat grinder, he spun in the air. However, what was surprising was that the rotation of the Pango axe did not produce any energy fluctuations. Instead, the energy molecules in the air were rapidly absorbed by him. With Chiyo's body as the center and the Pango axe as the sharp blade, the rotation was like a huge black hole, constantly absorbing everything around it. With every rotation, the energy fluctuations on Chiyo's body became a little more tyrannical. The huge energy fluctuations increased again and again. After the previous crazy collision, Chiyo's heart had calmed down a little. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. For the bull demon king that Chiyu had released, his heart was still full of scruples. Once the bull demon king appeared, he would have no chance. Therefore, Chiyu decided to end the battle quickly. Relying on his superior strength to display his most powerful attack, he wanted to destroy Chi-Yu once and for all. When he escaped last time, he carefully thought about it and realized that the so-called Big Dipper of Chi-Yu was not the complete form at all. Otherwise, how could he escape unscathed? He also understood that, in terms of overall energy, although the opponent had the Shenyuan sword, he was still far behind himself. The lack of energy also meant that this human opponent could not exert the more powerful power of the Shenyuan sword. In this case, he would use his energy advantage to urge his own stronger attack. At this time, what Chi-Yu was displaying was the fourth move of the 7 heavenly styles of Pango Axe Kai Taro QQ6 495 Hero 3528, Destruction of Heaven and Earth. That's right, that rotating energy was capable of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. Under the constant rotation, the air and energy absorbed from the surroundings were rapidly compressed. As Chi-Yu rotated faster and faster, his body had already formed a vortex. Once that explosive energy was displayed through the Pango Axe, the effect would indeed be to the extent of destroying the heavens and exterminating the earth. Even the Bull Demon King, in the face of such an attack by Chi-Yu, could not resist it head-on. After all, the Pango Axe was ranked third among the divine weapons. Chi-Yu floated in the air and did not move, nor did he urge his own energy to display the Shenyuan 8 laws that he could use. His body was flashing with a faint reddish-golden light. He seemed to be waiting for Chi-Yu's attack, but the corner of Chi-Yu's mouth revealed a disdainful smile. Yes, what he hoped for the most now. He wanted to see Chi-Yu launch an all-out attack on him. The rotating Chi-Yu continued to condense energy and condense it into a white color, just like the Milky Way in the universe. The terrifying energy made the allied forces of the 4 human clans and the Rock Wisdom King on the other side order a quick retreat at the same time, so as to avoid being injured by the huge energy fluctuations that would be generated later. Finally, the white energy had reached a saturation level. Chi-Yu moved, and a huge vortex suddenly rose. The next moment, the entire space became silent. An incomparably huge white energy suddenly rose, and only Chi-Yu remained in the same place. The Pango Axe in his hand also disappeared. The huge energy in the air condensed into the shape of the Pango Axe. The huge blade of the axe, which was 10 meters long, looked so terrifying. The Pango Axe sat there and became the energy source of the entire attack. Chi-Yu's energy seemed to have been sucked out. He floated in the air, gasping for breath. However, his eyes were filled with a fierce light. He absolutely believed that in the face of such an attack, even Chi-Yu, who had the Shenyuan sword, would not be able to resist the power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. It was true that the revolving star passage technique could change the direction of the opponent's attack. However, with the current strength of this human, how could the first half of the revolving star passage technique be able to change the direction of his attack? The whole world seemed to have turned white. At least, this was what the spectators thought, because the huge white axe blade had already swept towards Chi-Yu. At this moment, the air on both sides of Chi-Yu's body had been completely sucked out by the energy that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. The pressure on his body made it impossible for him to dodge. Under the influence of the Chi, it was impossible for him to dodge. That's right, Chi-Yu could not dodge. He also did not use the revolving star passage technique or the Shenyuan sword to attack. Just as the huge axe blade cut through the air, Chi-Yu suddenly waved his hand. His palm swept across his chest. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow lights simultaneously lit up. The lights fused together, forming a multicolored light barrier. This soft light completely enveloped Chi-Yu's body. Although the area covered was very small, for Chi-Yu it was more than enough. A huge amount of energy came crashing down. When that incomparably tyrannical energy passed through the multicolored light barrier, the light around the barrier flickered. The 7 forms of Split the Heavens, the 4th form, heaven, and extinguishing the earth, disappeared. But Chi-Yu was still floating in the air, as if nothing had happened. The multicolored light barrier around his body also disappeared. However, no one could see Chi-Yu's body now. After all, heaven and extinguishing the earth was an energy that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. When the white light suddenly bombarded the ground, an incomparably surging explosion resounded throughout the battlefield. The golden-winged eagle in the sky trembled. On the side of the human allied forces, almost everyone was shaken and fell to the ground. Even the Zodiac army only had 12 Zodiac guardian warriors standing. Under Chi-Yu's body, a huge, bottomless ravine appeared. Indeed, it was impossible to see how much damage Panga's axe had done to the ground. The Zodiac guardian warriors exclaimed at the same time. The 12 of them floated up and were about to pounce on Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu looked at the dust flying in front of him. Under the power of Panga's axe, the earth was almost destroyed by him. He could not help but laugh proudly. Humans were humans after all. Even if he had the Xianyuan sword, so what? Didn't he still die in front of his Panga's axe? Just when Chi-Yu was still complacent, he was suddenly horrified to see that a golden light had quietly drilled out of the smoke. Panga's axe had not yet returned to Chi-Yu's hand. Watching the golden light coming in front of him, Chi-Yu could only subconsciously raise his right arm and concentrate all the energy in his body on it. At the same time, he summoned a Mei to replace his body. A large cloud of blood exploded in the air. No matter how fast Chi-Yu's reaction was, he was still a beat too late. Although the Mei had replaced his body, it did not have time to replace his right arm. Like the Mei who had died for him, Chi-Yu's right arm had been twisted into powder by the incomparably sharp Xianyuan sword. Chi-Yu had condensed a large amount of energy in order to save his life, causing his blood to gush out from the wound. In just an instant, half of the blood in his body had disappeared. Fortunately, he had the body of a demon god. Otherwise, he would have been finished by this sword. Floating a kilometer away, Chi-Yu looked at Chi-Yu with a dumbfounded expression. No, this is impossible. How can you be unscathed after the destruction of heaven and earth? This is simply impossible. That's right. Chi-Yu, who was floating in the air, was indeed unscathed. Looking at the pale Chi-Yu who had lost his right arm, Chi-Yu could not help but laugh. I often like to say that in this world, nothing is impossible. You are my enemy, and I don't need to tell you why. Chi-Yu die. While speaking, Chi-Yu raised his Xianyuan sword in a bluff. Chi-Yu used his left hand to retrieve the Panga's axe. However, in his current state, how could he fight with Chi-Yu again? Without hesitation, his body turned into a shadow, turned around, and fled. At this moment, a huge black shadow gushed out of Chi-Yu's body. The black shadow enlarged in the air, and a giant spirit palm suddenly grabbed in Chi-Yu's direction. That's right, the Bull Demon King had appeared. A strong suction force was emitted from the Bull Demon King's hand, but Chi-Yu, who was in front of him, had already disappeared. The Mei was crushed by the power of the Bull Demon King's hand, and Chi-Yu had disappeared without a trace. He disappeared without a trace. Chi-Yu was not a fool. He would always leave a way out for himself. Before the war began, he had set up a Mei in a secret place. It was impossible for him to teleport over a long distance, but he could use the demonic soul in the Mei to instantly swap his body with the Mei. It was also for this reason that he was able to save his life twice. The Bull Demon King's huge body floated in the air. He suddenly turned his head and roared at Chi-Yu. Why? Why didn't you kill him? You had a chance just now. Chi-Yu looked coldly at the Bull Demon King and said, Whether I kill him or not is my business. At least, before you complete 3 things for me, you have no right to ask me to do anything. If you want to kill him, why didn't you take the initiative just now? Wasn't it because you wanted to wait for me to be defeated by Chi-Yu before asking for your help? Looking at the determined gaze in Chi-Yu's eyes, the raging Bull Demon King gradually calmed down. As the saying goes, a little impatience spoils great plans. For the sake of his own future, the Bull Demon King forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded at Chiyu. Hello. One day, I will make you regret this. The black shadow shrank and returned to Chiyu's body. The allied human forces were already cheering. Yu raised the Shenyuan sword in his hand high up. The huge sword released thousands of golden rays in the air, which also represented the start of the humans' counterattack against the Julie people. A strong energy wave rose from the Zodiac army. Under the guidance of Chi-Yu's spiritual energy, all the warriors of the Zodiac army released their mounts. Hundreds of golden-winged eagles flew in all directions with the help of the 12 Zodiac guardian gods and their respective team members. The Julie people had already been defeated, and Chi-Yu had escaped with serious injuries. In order to avoid further trouble, it was time to cleanse the Julie people. Only about 10,000 soldiers of the Julie people managed to escape from the V-gas missiles. They were the last main force of the Julie people. In order to return to the modern world and be at ease, Chi-Yu had to reduce the strength of the Julie people as much as possible. At the same time, the allied human forces also moved under the command of Irua. Although they couldn't fight the Julie people head-on, they wouldn't let the Julie people off. Led by the thousands of humans who possessed modern firearms, they quickly chased after the remnants of the Julie people. Chi-Yu didn't give chase. Although there might be a few powerful Na-Li among the Julie people with the 12 Zodiac guardian gods around, he didn't need to worry about the situation. Now, the biggest threat was the Great Rock King and his tribesmen who hadn't left the sky yet. Chi-Yu floated up with a Shenyuan sword. With a few flashes, he arrived 100 meters away from the Great Rock King. When he felt the strong energy waves from the Great Rock King, Chi-Yu knew that the Great Rock King, who had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, was stronger than Chi-Yu in terms of energy. Furthermore, the Great Rock King had his own golden-winged eagle army. If they really fought, his golden-winged eagles wouldn't be able to use their full strength. Even without the Julie people, it wouldn't be easy to defeat the Great Rock King's tribesmen. Fortunately, the VX poison gas missiles changed the situation. Even if the poison gas missiles were useless against a strong expert like the Great Rock King, it didn't mean that it was useless against his tribesmen. The area that the 3 VX poison gas missiles could cover, even with the speed of the golden-winged eagle, would be affected. Most of them would probably be infected as well. That was a loss that the Great Rock Wisdom King could not bear. The golden light faded, and the Great Rock King's huge body quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a human. His resolute face looked a little gloomy. His son had been captured, so how could he be in a good mood? Unfortunately, this enemy was too strong. Looking at the Shenyuan sword in Chi-Yu's hand, he really didn't know how to deal with it. Thinking back to the terrifying destructive power of the green mist against the Julie people, he really didn't have the courage to let his tribesmen face such a terrifying attack. Although he had thought of various ways to deal with the poison gas, he didn't have absolute confidence in it. He definitely wasn't willing to take the risk. After all, the world was divided among the beasts. He didn't want his strength to be weakened and be devoured by the other 2 fellows. Looking at the Great Rock King in front of him, a golden light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes. He released Little Peng from his body. He didn't have the slightest bit of fear facing so many powerful golden-winged eagles alone. Although the Great Rock King was stronger than him, in terms of overall strength, he might not be stronger than Chi-Yu. After all, Chi-Yu had Pangazax. Even Chi-Yu was killed by him. With the Great Rock King's deep foresight, it was impossible for him to go against him. When Little Peng came out, he looked at his father with a pleading look in his eyes. Previously, when the poison gas missiles were launched, Chi-Yu specially used his spiritual energy to transmit everything outside to Little Peng. After all, Little Peng couldn't be compared to the Bull Demon King. Without Chi-Yu's permission, he couldn't sense everything outside. The VX poison gas missiles left an extremely deep impression on him. Father, you see. Before Chi-Yu could speak, little Peng already said eagerly. The great Rock King looked at his son and said to Chi-Yu in a deep voice, "Release my son and my clansmen, and I can promise you that I will never launch any form of attack against humans in the future." Chi-Yu indifferently replied, "Great Rock Wisdom King, are you trying to negotiate with me? Back then, when I didn't have the Xianyuan sword, I wasn't afraid of beasts like you, let alone now. Although the Bull Demon King didn't appear for long, I think you should have seen it. You should also be able to guess that the reason why the Bull Demon King is in my body is because, like your son, he has become my servant. Do you think that with your strength, you have the qualifications to negotiate with me?" He said this to clearly tell the Great Rock King that not only did he have the VX poison gas missiles, but he also had the help of a super expert like the Bull Demon King. If they really fought, the Great Rock Eagle clan would definitely not be able to get away with it. Chi-Yu's tough attitude couldn't help but make the Great Rock King's eyebrows twitch. He was too familiar with the Bull Demon King's aura. It was absolutely impossible to fake it. This young man in golden armor in front of him indeed gave him a feeling that he couldn't resist. However, he also couldn't give up on his son and clansmen. "Then, what will it take for you to release my clansmen? Even if we are not as strong as you, I don't believe that you alone can resist our entire clan. Even if it means offending the King of Beasts, I will fight with my life. At that time, I can at least reduce the number of humans here by more than half." Chi-Yu looked at the Great Rock King, who was pretending to be fierce but was actually weak at heart. He knew that the Great Rock King had already compromised. He smiled lightly and said, "Great Rock King, I have no intention of being enemies with you. I think that the few of you should be very happy that the Bull Demon King has been accepted by me as an envoy. Finally, there is no one to restrict you. If you are not afraid of your entire clan being wiped out, you can do whatever you want." The Great Rock King was suddenly enraged. Just as he was about to explode, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, he couldn't use the fate of his entire clan as a wager. Looking at the Great Rock King's changing expression, Chi-Yu continued, "Great Rock King, the problem between us isn't that hard to solve. Perhaps little Peng has already told you about our agreement. As long as you promise me here that no matter when, you beasts will not attack humans, I can also promise you that after 5 years, your son and clansmen will return to your side. Although little Peng's freedom will be limited when he is with me, the benefits he will receive are equally great. Don't you want your son to have the ability to transform into a human at an earlier time?" 5 years. The Great Rock King looked at Chi-Yu with a gloomy expression. "No, how can I let my clansmen be controlled by you humans?" A cold light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes. "If that's the case, then let's fight. Let's see how many of your clansmen can leave here alive today." While saying that, Chi-Yu raised his right hand and used his spiritual force to transmit his voice back to his location. "Prepare the VX gas bomb. Listen to my command. Attack all over the place." The Great Rock King's face changed again as he shouted, "Wait." Chi-Yu looked at him. He knew that the Great Rock King was already afraid. 5 years is not a long time. For your golden-winged eagle with a long lifespan, it's just a fleeting moment. It's just a blink of an eye. Think about it carefully. I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I can't control the poisonous gas, and the final result will still be the same. Even if you kill some humans, I think it's worth it to sacrifice some human lives in exchange for the lives of your clansmen." The Great Rock King looked at the sharp Xianyuan sword in Chi-Yu's hand and finally compromised. "However, I can't guarantee that the berserk beasts won't attack the humans. You've captured so many of my clansmen. My status among the berserk beasts has already dropped, and I can't control others." Chi-Yu lightly said, "Don't worry about the deep-sea abyssal dragon king. How many of his clansmen can reach the level of a deep-sea abyssal dragon? On land, he can't possibly be your golden-winged eagle's opponent. After all, the result has already been decided by their race. As for the Chaos King, tell him that if he dares to do anything to the humans, I don't mind killing him like how I dealt with Chiyu. I'm afraid his energy won't be able to withstand the sharpness of my Shenyuan sword." As he spoke, a faint 5-colored light was released from Chiyu's chest. With a flash of light, the Kongtong seal had already turned into a seal with a diameter of 10 centimeters and landed in Chiyu's hand. 5 huge immortal dragons appeared behind Chiyu out of thin air, causing his strength, which was originally a little weak against the golden-winged eagle, to suddenly increase greatly. In terms of momentum, he wasn't inferior to his opponent. Seeing the 5 immortal dragons behind Chiyu, the great Rock King's expression couldn't help but change. "Do you know how I just killed Chiyu? Because I don't only have one divine artifact. You can tell all the berserk beasts that if they want to fight against the Shenyuan sword and the Kongtong seal, they can come. The humans will no longer be afraid of you berserk beasts." Sensing the energy aura emitted by the Kongtong seal, the great Rock King knew that what Chiyu said was true. Only a divine artifact could emit such strong energy waves. He let out a long sigh. "All right, I admit defeat. From now on, the golden-winged eagle race will no longer make things difficult for the humans. As for the deep-sea Nether Dragon King and the Chaos King, I will persuade them. Whether they listen or not is up to them." Chiyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He was far from being as strong as he looked on the surface. After all, the battle with Chiyu had already consumed a lot of his energy. Now he was starting to feel the strain of supporting the solar lunisolar star armor and 2 divine artifacts. Although the Kongtong seal was very good, having 2 divine artifacts at the same time had imperceptibly increased the energy requirement for him. Just now, he had used the immortal realm of the Kongtong seal to forcefully neutralize Chiyu's attack. Although he did not suffer any destructive damage, maintaining the immortal realm for the first time had consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, he would not have only destroyed one of Chiyu's arms. If he had enough energy to activate the oneness of heaven and man at that time, Chiyu would definitely have been destroyed. Of course, Chiyu also had his own selfish motives. The main reason he had spared Chiyu's life was that he did not want the Pango axe to fall into the hands of the Bull Demon King. He did not know if the Pango axe would disappear after Chiyu's death. If it did not disappear and the Bull Demon King obtained it, then how could he fight against the Bull Demon King in the future? The great Rock Wisdom Monarch led his clansmen and left with their tails between their legs. This also announced that the humans had obtained the final victory. Floating in the air, Chiyu had become the hero of humanity. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. After the final battle, the number of Jili people who managed to escape did not exceed 3,000. The Zodiac army had achieved great results and became the absolute main force in killing their opponents. Only a few thousand of the 50,000 Jili people were left. This was a huge blow to the Jili people. For at least the next 10 years, the Jili people would definitely not have enough strength to launch another attack on the humans. Chiyu did not delay too much and prepared to return to the modern era. Although training during the era of the ancient beasts was the most ideal for the Zodiac army, the war was over now. The beasts would not harass the humans anymore. Without the baptism of war, the Zodiac army would not be of much use to the humans. From Chiyu's point of view, he also wanted to go back. At least he could spend more time with his parents before the decisive battle with Yamu. Chiyu did not have absolute confidence in defeating Yamu and her guardians of the 12 constellations. He also did not know what his fate would be in the end, but it was a battle that he had to fight. After bidding farewell to Iruo, Chiyu ordered the Zodiac army to pack up and prepare to leave. At this time he looked for Changjia. "Big brother Changjia, I'm really sorry. I still did not bring Miss Xiao Lu with me this time." Changjia looked at the tired Chiyu and said, "It's all right. I know you have your own difficulties. Furthermore, you have so many things to settle. You also have to take care of the entire Zodiac army. It's already hard enough. When I return, I will explain everything to Xiao Lu. Qi Yu did not bring Xiao Lu with him this time. One reason was that time was too tight. He had forgotten about Xiao Lu when he reunited with his parents. The other reason was that he did not regret his decision when he arrived and saw the situation of the battle. After all, in such a dangerous battle environment, it was hard to guarantee Xiao Lu's safety. Chapter 258. Changjie said, "How's the situation with Kirin Group?" Qi Yu said it's on the right track. Our products are selling well. Changjie looked at Qi Yu with a trace of admiration in his eyes. I have never imagined that I would be able to reap such rewards in this special era. Not only have I seen another era, but my strength has also improved greatly. After this period of war, everyone's potential has been fully unleashed. After all, if anyone doesn't work hard, they might be destroyed by the enemy. Qi Yu suddenly thought of something and quickly said, I came back in a hurry and didn't have time to ask Ryue what level everyone is at now. Changjie said, the situation is very good. Although almost everyone has been injured, our speed of improvement is very terrifying. Maybe it has something to do with the gradual digestion of the energy obtained from the frozen spring. Ryue has now completely entered the 8-cloud realm. Other than a few Hotian Zodiac warriors, the rest have also reached the 7-cloud realm. Ming has also entered the 8-cloud realm. Even the weakest Guanjing and Emodan are now on the verge of breaking through the 6-cloud realm. It won't be long before they reach it. Hearing Changjie's words, Qi Yu couldn't help but be overjoyed. The results of the entire Zodiac army in this training had far exceeded his expectations. Overall, they were above the 6-cloud realm. It could be said that the strength of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors had increased to the Great Success realm. Compared to the Constellation Guardians, there shouldn't be too much of a difference. Looking at the joy on Qi Yu's face, Changjie continued, there's another good thing. Although it's built on the foundation of other people's deaths, it's indeed a good thing for us. In the beginning, Black Tortoise died under Panga's axe in order to save Yi Ruo. He discovered that Guanjing's little fatso actually has a portion of his bloodline and is a true Black Tortoise pig. Black Tortoise passed some of his abilities to Guanjing, and although he hasn't reached 6 clouds yet, his defense is much stronger than before. Hearing Changjie's words, Qi Yu couldn't help but feel excited. If Guanjing was a Black Tortoise pig, then the legendary Zodiac army of the 4 great guardian beasts would be complete. Ryue was a dragon warrior and naturally had the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, while Su Dong was a white tiger. As Ming's strength increased, her phoenix characteristics became more and more obvious. It was not hard to imagine that when she reached 9 clouds, the 3rd stage of origin mutation would definitely be phoenix transformation. In other words, the vermilion bird. Now that Guanjing had become a Black Tortoise pig, it seemed like the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors had great potential. However, for Qi Yu, he hoped that Ryue could reach 9 clouds as soon as possible. From Master Zagru, he knew that once the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors reached 9 clouds, they would reach their complete state. At that time, their own talent domain would appear. This was the same as the Kirin clan. Perhaps the Zodiac Guardian God Warrior's talent domain could not be compared to Kirin's. However, the ability of a talent domain could definitely change the entire battlefield. Qi Yu was very much looking forward to the scene when all the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors had their own talent domain. At that time, they would really be able to kill gods and demons in their way. After leaving Changjie's place, Qi Yu stored a large amount of natural fruits that Yi Ruo had prepared for him into his Kongtong seal. After leaving this time, they wouldn't be returning for a short period of time. As long as there was no threat from the Jili people, the humans' ammunition would be enough to last for a long time. On the other hand, there were more things waiting for him to deal with in the modern world. After a night of rest and recuperation, Qi Yu's strength had completely recovered. The space-time tunnel opened once again. This time, in order to conserve energy, Chi-Yu led the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors to activate the Zodiac Protection Domain. Using the unique characteristics of the domain, they combined their energy and continuously injected it into the Snow Lady's body. This made the teleportation much easier than when they had arrived at the Primordial Beast era, and also made it much easier to protect the Zodiac Army warriors. Yamu stood quietly at the entrance of Parthenon and looked out. The terrain here was very high, and she could almost see half of Athens. The date was getting closer and closer. On the 10th of January, Chi-Yu, why did you choose to duel with us on your birthday? Chi-Yu, Chi-Yu. Why was it that every time she thought of this name, her heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe? Yamu seemed to have lost some weight. Although she was still as beautiful as before, she was no longer as perfect as before. This was because there was a deep sense of sorrow in her sacred aura. It was the sorrow that appeared because of Chi-Yu. She really didn't know how much longer she could hold on. Betraying Chi-Yu was a much bigger blow to her than she had imagined. In the depths of her heart, Chi-Yu's shadow appeared almost all the time. However, she also knew that the relationship between her and Chi-Yu would never be the same as before. Yamu regretted. She regretted that she chose to sacrifice Chi-Yu in order to improve her strength to face the future dangers. Perhaps Mephisto was right. She shouldn't have let him go that day. At the very least, her heart would be at peace if he died. When everything was over, she would follow him to the underworld. However, he was still alive now. Moreover, he was about to lead his Zodiac Guardian Warriors to fight against her in the final battle between the East and the West. Regardless of the outcome, it was an outcome that she couldn't bear. When Zagru proposed to cooperate with Chi-Yu, but was firmly rejected by Chi-Yu, Yamu really felt very tired. Now, she wished that she was the one who was sent away by Mephisto. That way, she wouldn't have to suffer as much as she did now. Are you thinking of him again? A pleasant voice sounded behind Yamu. An identical face appeared beside her. Although it didn't have the sacred aura that Yamu had, as a twin sister, Yun looked exactly the same as Yamu. Sister, can you tell me what I should do? Yamu turned around and looked at her sister who wanted to destroy her in order to obtain Athena's godly seat. For a moment, she couldn't help but sob. After all, they were related by blood. In front of her sister, she couldn't hide her sorrow. Yun sighed and said, I don't know. I really don't know. Based on my understanding of Chi-Yu's personality, he does like beautiful women. It's hard to resist the temptation of beautiful women. However, you've hurt him too much this time. Actually, if you only hurt him, there might be a chance to turn things around. However, Chi-Yu is a person who values friendship. Because of you, his friend and lover are all dead. A death grudge has been formed. As a constellation guardian, I should advise you to destroy him as soon as possible. Otherwise, Greece will have an enemy more terrifying than hell. However, as your sister, I don't know how to persuade you. In my heart, isn't his shadow deeply imprinted? When she first met Chi-Yu, Yamu still remembered that her first kiss was snatched away by him, and the two of them almost had sex. At that time, she was once lost and under the influence of her body's lust. She thought of giving up the fight for Athena's godly seat. But in the end, nothing happened between her and Chi-Yu, and she broke free from her lust. But was the current outcome what she wanted to see? Chi-Yu hated Yamu, but how could he not hate her? If it weren't for him, that incident wouldn't have happened either. Yun felt the same pain in her heart. As the constellation guardian of Gemini constellation, her heart had two sides. Yamu took a deep breath and calmed her raging emotions. She looked towards the east. That day will come. No matter what, it can be considered a release for me. 10th of January. Chi-Yu, what should I give you for your birthday? As she thought about it, Yamu could not help but feel a little dazed. Yun looked in the same direction. These days, after returning to Parthenon, she thought about many things. She was surprised to find that she no longer had the thought of inheriting the godly seat of Athena. As the goddess Athena, her pain was far greater than her happiness. As she reflected on her past actions, not only did she not hate her own sister, she was instead filled with sympathy and pity for Yamu. Since she was young, she had grown up following the path of a normal person. But Yamu, behind the halo of glory, had endured who knows how many times more than her. Hidden in her heart, Yuyun already had an idea. Even though she wasn't sure if this would be able to resolve the grudge between the East and the West, nor did she know if she had the chance to do so, this was the only way she could think of to ease the tension between the East and the West. After several months of silence, the Dragon Field courtyard once again became lively. Chiyu had returned, Ryua had returned, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the 12 Zodiac teams had also returned. When they returned to the modern era, everyone felt as if they had been reborn. They said goodbye to the beautiful era of the ancient beasts, and at the same time, said goodbye to killing and war. When they returned to the modern era, which only had turbid air, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Chi-Yu's promise to them had come true. Their strength had more than doubled. Now the 12 Zodiac team had even forgotten which family they belonged to. Every member of the team only had their captain in their hearts, and only their boss, Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu had brought them too many things. If it were not for Chi-Yu, who knew how many times they would have died, Chi-Yu's goal had been achieved. Now, which warrior in the Zodiac army did not submit to him wholeheartedly? Even if Chi-Yu wanted them to pay with their lives, no one would disobey his orders. They were finally back, but there were still many things waiting for Chi-Yu to deal with. Because there were too many people, it was impossible to rest in the villa. The 12 Zodiac team, who were full of energy when they left, now looked no different from primitive people. The clothes they had brought with them had long been destroyed during the training. Now that they had returned, everyone was wearing the clothes of the Alpine tribe. If people saw them outside, they would definitely think that they were from some tribe in Africa. His skin was tanned by the strong sunlight, and he looked no different from an African refugee. Chi-Yu asked Uncle Zhou to arrange for all the bathrooms in the villa to be opened, so that the members of the 12 Zodiac team could take turns to wash themselves. Then he asked Uncle Zhou to bring some people to go shopping and buy a lot of clothes for the members of the 12 Zodiac team according to their figures. Because there were many women in the 12 Zodiac team, Ryua also went shopping with Uncle Zhou in order to buy good clothes. It took Chi-Yu half a day to deal with the problem of clothes. Fortunately, the members of the 12 Zodiac team were already used to sleeping in the wild, so they were not in a hurry. Most of them were still immersed in the excitement of coming back alive. Although the Dragon Field courtyard was very big, it was not practical for more than 100 people to live in it. After consulting the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Chi-Yu ordered the young people of the 4 families to return to their families. After all, they had been away for such a long time. It was time for them to go back and have a look. Of course, they were still members of the 12 Zodiac team, so they had to listen to Chi-Yu's orders at all times. Regarding this, none of the 120 members of the 12 Zodiac team had any objections. After arranging for the 12 Zodiac team to leave the Dragon Field courtyard, Chi-Yu could finally relax a little. Jida and Ming-Ming first went home to see their parents, while the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors also left with Chi-Yu's arrangements. Everyone had their own families. They had been away for so long, so they had to tell their families that they were safe. Unlike the 12 Zodiac team, Chi-Yu only gave the Zodiac Guardian Warriors 1 week. After a week of reunion with their families, they had to return to the Dragon Field courtyard. After all, in less than a month, it would be the day of the duel with the Greek Guardian. Before the duel, Chi-Yu hoped that everyone's strength could reach a higher level. After everyone left, the Dragon Field courtyard became quiet again. At this time, only 4 girls, Ryue, Shangbing the Plant Soul, and Snow Girl, were left in the courtyard. This was Ryue's home, and the other 3 girls didn't have a home at all, so they didn't need to leave. Taking a deep breath, Ryue sat on the sofa in the hall and massaged Chiyu's shoulders. It really wasn't easy. With more people, it became more troublesome to deal with all kinds of things. It felt more tiring than fighting with Chiyu. Ryue, you don't need to massage, you should rest too. Thanks to you, during the ancient giant beast era. Snow Girl went back to her room to sleep, and the plant soul did the same. At this time, other than Ryue and Chiyu, there was only Shangbing in the hall. Shangbing sat opposite of Chiyu. Seeing that he was concerned about Ryue, she couldn't help but say sourly, "Humph, you called me back, but these days you haven't been with me for a single day." Ryue giggled and said, "Little sister Shangbing, could it be that he has accompanied me before?" Shangbing glared at Chiyu and said, "That's different. How long have you been with him? He used to accompany you a lot." Although she was blaming Chiyu, her eyes were filled with smiles. The coldness from when she was still the leopard girl had long since disappeared. During the ancient giant beast era, although there were constant battles and tempering, it was the happiest period of time for Shangbing. Because Ryue often had to command the overall situation, she was assigned to Ryue's team. She was with everyone every day, causing the coldness in Shangbing's heart to gradually melt. Especially when she was almost killed by Nali in a battle, it was Ryue who saved her in time. During this period of time, not only did she increase her strength, she had also completely integrated into the big family of the Zodiac guardian god. Not only Shangbing, everyone felt the same way. Even the black tortoise pig, Guanjing, had become much more enthusiastic than before. At least it could be seen from the time he returned to his hometown Yangzhou to see his parents before he even asked Chiyu for his salary. "Ryue, Shangbing, when are you coming with me to see my parents?" The night before he returned, Chiyu had already told his companions and lovers the good news that he had found his parents. Everyone was happy for him. If it wasn't for the duel with the Greek guardian god pressing down on his heart, Chiyu could be said to be full of satisfaction. Ryue smiled and said, "I don't care. Any time. It depends on Sister Shangbing. We will go whenever she says. When the time comes, bring Snow Girl along." Looking at Shangbing's strange expression, Chiyu coughed awkwardly and explained, "This, I promised the Emperor Heart, Snow Lotus King, that I would take care of Shui. So this." Shangbing curled his lips and said, "Take care of her directly to the bed." "Chiyu, I didn't know you were so abnormal. Although we are not real father and daughter, Shui has been your father for such a long time. Aren't you ashamed?" Chiyu looked at Shangbing and couldn't help but blush. He couldn't say that Snow Girl had taken the initiative. Even if he said it, who would believe him? He knew that even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Ryue laughed. "It's all right. I'm already used to it. However, Chiyu, shouldn't you tell me a number? How many more confidants do you have? Look, Sister Shangbing was anxious. Didn't she just say that you didn't take care of her enough? You didn't take care of the bed." "Ah, don't!" Shangbing pounced towards Ryue with a red face, directly grabbing her armpits. Ryue was ticklish, so the two girls couldn't help but play around in the hall, looking very happy. Speaking of confidants, Chiyu couldn't help but have a headache. In the past, when he was still a little ruffian, he almost dreamed of having a large group of beauties. But now that he really had one, he felt that it was difficult to deal with. After all, every girl had a deep relationship with him, and no one could give up. However, now that he counted, it had already exceeded the 4 that Master Zagru had said. Even if it didn't develop, this problem was not easy to solve. He didn't want to mistreat any of them. Thinking of this, Chiyu couldn't help but think of what Chi Tianlei had said. He secretly decided that after the battle with the Greek guardian, as long as he could come back safely, he would definitely ask his father how to solve this problem of having so many wives. At this moment, Chiyu suddenly heard the sound of a car. He clearly felt that a car with a large displacement had driven into the Dragon Field courtyard. Who was it? Ryue and Shangbing also felt it at the same time. The two girls stopped playing. Bing returned to Chiyu's side and sat on his lap without hesitation, while Ryue walked to the door to have a look. Bing's figure could be said to be the best among all the girls. After all, she was made according to the best female genes, especially her pair of elastic thighs, slightly better than Modi's. It felt very comfortable to hug her, and little you couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, this feeling quickly disappeared because, through his mental power, you already knew who was coming. Ryue's voice came from outside. "Who are you people? What are you doing in the dragon field courtyard?" Other than to Chiyu and his companions, Ryue was still a very cold girl. Her voice was enough to show who she was. "Ryue." Chiyu quickly jumped up from the sofa with Bing in his arms. He called Ryue's name as he rushed out of the hall. As soon as he went out, he saw Tianlei and his wife being stopped by Ryue at the door. Tianlei and his wife weren't angry at being stopped by Ryue. Instead, they were very interested in the beauty in front of them. Compared to Snow Girl, Ryue was a bit more mature, but her appearance wasn't inferior. Moreover, her height was almost the same as Tianlei's, and her delicate body looked especially slender. Coupled with the fact that she had been leading a group for a long time, Ryue looked a bit like a strong woman. If she changed from casual clothes to professional clothes, this feeling would definitely be more obvious. Dad, Mom. Chiyu's call immediately made Ryue embarrassed. She quickly withdrew her hands that were blocking Tianlei and his wife, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Chiyu quickly walked in front of Tianlei and his wife and thought to himself, "Dad and Mom's news is really fast. Yes, it must be that girl Snow who informed them." Tianlei couldn't help but be in a good mood when he saw his son come back so quickly. He teased, "Aren't you going to introduce us? You flirtatious boy." You scratched his head awkwardly and quickly pulled Ryue into his arms to cover up the awkwardness between him and Ryue. He said, "This is Villa, and this villa is Ryue's. I've been living here. She's my girlfriend. Ryue, these are my parents." At this time, Ryue didn't have the strength of a strong woman like before. She lowered her head and said with a blushing face, "Hello, Uncle Annie. Ryue just bowed to you." Dai leaned over to Tianlei's ear and said something which immediately made Ryue want to find a hole to hide in. She hated how her hearing was so good. Dai whispered in her husband's ear, "Well, our son still has good taste. This girl is good, and her butt is big and perky. She'll definitely give birth in the future." Since Ryue heard it, Chiyu naturally heard it too. He proudly pinched Ryue's perky, but he teased in a low voice, "You have to be able to give birth." Ryue glared at him fiercely, but in order to leave a good impression on Tianlei and his wife, she couldn't lose her temper. "Hello, Uncle Auntie. My name is Lu Bing." Bing held back his laughter and introduced himself generously. Then he added, "Auntie." Whether he can give birth or not doesn't seem to have much to do with the size of his, but it mainly depends on how hard Chiyu works. Dai finally understood. Her and her husband's private conversation had been heard by the three young people in front of her. She couldn't help but blush, but Bing's candid personality also won her favor. Dai couldn't help but exonerate her son in her heart. No wonder her son had so many girlfriends. As expected, each was more outstanding than the other. Not to mention him, even if she had to choose, she wouldn't know which one to give up. Tianlei laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's talk inside. Chiyu, you didn't inform us immediately that you came back. Fortunately, Shui still remembers us." Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Shui informing you is the same as me informing you. I just came back, and the courtyard has just quietened down." As he said that, he walked to his father's side and held Tianlei's arm. Ryue and Bing also cleverly stood on either side of Dai. The two old people couldn't stop smiling. They suddenly found their son and had so many daughters-in-law. How could they not be happy? As soon as the 5 of them returned to the main hall, the Snow Lady and the Plant Soul came down from upstairs. They had been through training during the era of the ancient beasts, and because they had been fighting enemies for a long time, their reactions were very sharp. They immediately reacted when there was a commotion outside. That was why they were able to rush over immediately. Chi Tianlei and his wife didn't think much of it when they saw Snow Girl. After all, they knew her. But when they saw the Plant Soul, they couldn't help but look at each other. There's more. After Snow Girl introduced them, the Plant Soul quickly came forward and bowed to Chi Tianlei and his wife. Ing Xiaodai glared at Chiyu and said, "You brat! You have so many girlfriends. How can you face them?" Chiyu was shocked and hurriedly explained, No, this is not her. This is my sister, a sister I recognize." Shangbing looked at Chi Yu's embarrassed appearance in front of their parents and couldn't help but feel happy. She smiled and said, "Yes, she is a sister now, but I don't know in the future. How should I put it? Chi Yu has a daughter." Before she could finish, Chi Yu had already covered her mouth. It was better not to let his parents know about some things. Forcefully grabbing Shangbing's round, but Chi Yu transmitted his voice, "Shangbing, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson tonight." The Plant Soul sneaked a glance at Chi Yu and didn't object. She just shyly stood to the side. Her quiet appearance was different from the other 3 girls. The 4 girls were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own advantages. For a moment, even Chi Tianlei and his wife, who had seen many beauties before, felt a little dizzy. Ing Xiaodai reached into her pocket and muttered to herself, "Good thing I prepared a lot. Otherwise this meeting gift wouldn't be enough." As she spoke, she took out a brocade box and smiled. "This is our first meeting. I can't even remember your names. But since you all like my a meeting gift is necessary. Come, children, one for each of you." As she spoke, she had already opened the brocade box. The 4 girls couldn't help but look at the velvet lining of the box. They saw a ring of the same shape lying peacefully in the box. The design of the ring was very simple. It was just a platinum ring with a green gem inlaid on it. The other 3 girls might not know what it was, but Ryue recognized it. She couldn't help but exclaim, "An emerald gem. Andy, this is too precious." There were 6 rings in the brocade box. What was rare was that the 6 gems were all the same size. The green light was very soft and didn't look very eye-catching. Ing Xiaodai handed the box to Chiyu and said, "Why haven't you given it to your girlfriends?" I can understand more and more why you is with so many girls. Let alone him. Even if I had to choose, it would be very difficult. If you are all willing to be with you, our Chi clan will definitely not treat you unfairly. You, hurry up and give it to them." Looking at the brocade box in his hand, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel ashamed. He had been with these girls for a long time, especially Ryue and Mingming. However, he had only given Ryue a cold jade soul ring, and that was to atone for his sins. He really owed them too much. With a gentle light in his eyes, Chi stood up and first pulled Ryue's hand. He put the middle emerald ring on the ring finger of her right hand. Ryue had always been reluctant to wear the cold jade soul ring. She had kept it as a treasure. At this time, the emerald ring on her slender, white hand complemented each other, appearing exceptionally moving. Even Chi Yu somewhat understood why most girls liked jewelry. Good jewelry could really make a girl more beautiful. The second one was Shangbing. Chi Yu proceeded according to the order of acquaintance. The smile on Shangbing's face disappeared. When Chi Yu put the emerald ring on her right hand's ring finger, her eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. Looking at Chi Yu and his parents, the increasingly intense warmth of a family made her heart filled with emotions. The third one was Snow Girl. Snow Girl's gaze was very gentle as she looked at Chi Yu. She didn't care about the ring, but Chi Yu had put the ring on her same finger in front of everyone. This was equivalent to proving her identity and position in his heart. The last one was the plant soul. However, when he walked in front of her, Chi Yu hesitated. He had always treated the plant soul as his younger sister. Although they had a dubious relationship before, he really didn't want to increase the number of women in his life. Of course, it was undeniable that the plant soul, after growing up under the stimulation of the origin of nature's energy, also had a very strong attraction. However, even if this gift was given out, which fingers should he wear it on? Chapter 259. Before Chi Yu could speak, Ing Xiao Dai had already stood up and walked to the plant soul's side. She looked at her kindly and said, "You silly child, what are you saying? Even Auntie's heart aches when I hear you. Don't worry, Annie will treat everyone equally." As she spoke, she grabbed Chi Yu's hand and put the fourth ring on the plant soul's right ring finger. Chi Yu was stunned for a few seconds. He couldn't help but sweat in his heart. Wasn't this equivalent to his mother forcing him to chase after the plant soul's sister? Oh my God! What should I do? The plant soul's pretty little face was as red as an apple. Her watery eyes looked at Chi Yu as if tears were about to drip from them. Under the stimulation of the source of nature, the plant soul not only grew physically, but after the time she spent with the ancient beasts, her heart was also completely different from before. Chi Yu's heroic performance during the ancient beasts, coupled with everything that happened when they were together, caused the little girl's attitude towards him to gradually change. Although she knew that Chi Yu already had many female friends, she still couldn't control her heart. As a woman, she would always be attracted to the most outstanding men. For a girl like her who grew up in battle, it was easier for her to be attracted to the strong. Without a doubt, Chi Yu was the strongest person she knew. Ru Yue, Shangbing, and Xue are all looked at the plant soul, making her feel uncomfortable. She couldn't care less about being rude anymore. She clutched the ring in her hand and ran back upstairs. He turned around and ran back upstairs. At the very least, he would never return the ring. Chi Tianlei smiled at his embarrassed son and said, Since you're back, shouldn't you report to the company tomorrow? Don't forget what you promised me before you left last time." Dad. I have a lot of things to deal with in the Kirin group." He really didn't want to have too much to do with the Golden Grain group. It didn't feel good to be the crown prince. Besides, he was used to freedom. Snow Girl chuckled and said, "Forget it. When have you ever cared about the group's affairs? I'm enough. Moreover, Sister Ryue was also here. You should go and accompany Uncle and Auntie. Golden Grain Group is different from a small company like ours. You can learn more management experience from it." Looking at his parents' earnest eyes, Chi Yu could not refuse, so he could only nod. Shangbing smiled and said, "I also have to go to work. I can't stay here. Snow Girl, can I go with you to the company tomorrow?" Snow Girl said excitedly, "Of course. Let's call Sister Plant Soul along. With her, Chi Yu won't have to control the shelf life of the company's fruits. Let's just make him a figurehead." Ryue nodded. He said, "Chi Yu, don't worry and go. In any case, it's before the 10th of the first month. We don't have anything else to do. Everyone needs to adjust, and I have to go back to work. Brother must be very tired these days. Let him relax a little during this time." In desperation, Chi Yu had no choice but to completely compromise. As for working at Golden Valley Group, for him, he was just idling away his days. This time he had allowed all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors to return home to recuperate so that everyone could relax after the intense training. This way, after a long period of training, they would be able to stabilize their strength and face the battle with the Greek Guardian with a relaxed attitude. Ing Xiao Dai said, You've been living with Miss Ryue for a long time. You haven't officially married yet. So why don't you move back and live with us? Even if you get married in the future, you can't stay at a girl's place. Otherwise, people will laugh at me." Chi Yu stared blankly for a moment. He had lived in Dragonfield Courtyard for a long time. Suddenly moving away, He was really not used to it. However, he really wanted to reunite with his parents. He said with some embarrassment, "Dad, Mom, I think we should forget about it. I'm used to living here. Besides, we don't have that many things to do. Anyway, I'll be going to Golden Valley Group in the next few days. We can see each other every day." Ing Xiao Dai was about to say something, but was stopped by Qi Tianlei. Qi Tianlei said, "You are also doesn't want to be separated from them. Besides, since he's already used to living here, we don't want him to change. The last 2 times I came here, I saw that there was a large piece of empty land nearby. Why don't we buy it and build a villa next to Dragonfield Courtyard? In the future, our whole family will move here. Wouldn't it be convenient? When the time comes, they can live there if they want." Hearing her husband say this, Ing Xiaodia's somewhat anxious expression eased. She nodded and said, "All right, we can only do this for now. However, building a villa will take a lot of time. No matter what, it will take at least 3 months. Not to mention Chiyu. Even Ryue couldn't help but sweat after hearing Ing Xiaodia's words. Building a villa only took 3 months. Did Ing Xiaodai think it was too long? Perhaps only with their financial resources could they build a villa in such a short period of time. Qi Tianlei smiled and said, "We've waited for so many years. Besides, it's not like we won't see each other. It's decided. What style of villa do you like? I'll find the world's top designers to design it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied." Although his father didn't show his emotions as often as his mother, but from his gentle gaze and words, Chiyu knew that his father and mother loved him the same. They both wanted to do their best to make it up to him. Although he didn't want to spend his parents' money, at this time, he naturally couldn't refuse. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't know much about architecture. A simple one will do. If possible, a small fountain would be best. I've loved water since I was young." Qi Tianlei's eyes revealed a trace of light. "Water? No problem, then it's settled." Qi Tianlei and his wife stayed in the Dragonfield Courtyard to eat dinner before reluctantly leaving. Before leaving, Qi Tianlei simply told Chiyu to report to the Golden Valley Group the next day. Only then did he and his wife leave the Dragonfield Courtyard in the limited edition Phantom. Watching his parents leave, beside some reluctance, Chiyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Ever since he became the king of the Zodiac, it was the first time he was treated like a child. His parents seemed to be worried about him. Of course, he knew that this was Qi Tianlei and his wife's concern for him. It was really like being held in one's hands for fear of falling, and being held in one's mouth for fear of melting. The warmth of family made the hidden coldness and sadness in Qi Yu's heart melt. The smile on his face gradually grew. The next morning, the 4 women got up at the same time to dress up for Qi Yu. Ryue had already prepared a top brand suit for him, although it was under Qi Yu's insistence. He was still wearing a black shirt inside, but an expensive suit was worn on his tall and burly body. It made the ordinary-looking Qi Yu look a lot more handsome, especially with his head of white hair. He had a strange attractiveness. The 4 women all went to work. Qi Yu dawdled at home for a while before driving the BMW when Ting left for him to the Golden Valley Group. Originally, Ryue wanted to let him drive her Lamborghini. However, Qi Yu was afraid that he would appear too arrogant when he just went to work, so he chose a relatively low-key BMW. After all, for a large group like Golden Valley, even if it was an ordinary employee driving a BMW, it was nothing new. Driving the car, Qi Yu went directly to the group. He parked the car in the underground parking lot with ease and then went to the company's lobby. The last time he came here was on the weekend. Although he had attracted a lot of attention, this time he was not noticed by those busy employees. After the last terrorist attack, the entire group had been refurbished. It looked no different from before the last terrorist attack. As soon as Qi Yu entered the lobby, a man immediately came to greet him. Immediately, a man came up to him. It was the first secretary of the CEO's office that he had met last time. Mr. Chi, you're here. Secretary Chen nodded respectfully to Chi Yu. Chi Yu smiled and returned the salute. Sorry to trouble you. I just came here and don't know anything. Please give me more advice, Brother Chen. Secretary Chen stealthily glanced at Chi Yu a few times. He still clearly remembered what had happened last time. This young man was definitely not an ordinary person. From the first time he had seen Chi Yu, he already had this feeling. Especially after Chi Tianlei confirmed that this young man was his missing son, Secretary Chen only felt respect for Chi Yu in addition to envy. He brought Chi Yu to the elevator. While waiting for the elevator, Secretary Chen said to Chi Yu, "The president has arranged for you to work on the same floor as him. The president and the executive director are already here. They are waiting for you." The top floor of the Golden Valley building was completely made up of offices. Except for the president's office that Chi Yu had seen last time, the rest of the offices were for the members of the board of directors. It could be said that this was where the pinnacle of power of the Golden Valley Group gathered. Chi Tianlei and Ying Xiao Dai arranged for Chi Yu to work on the top floor for two reasons. One was to confirm his identity, and the other was to get closer to their son. The elevator had arrived. Just as Chi Tianlei and Secretary Chen were about to get in the elevator, they suddenly heard a cold voice. "Wait a minute. Wait for the next elevator." Chi Yu turned around subconsciously and saw 7 or 8 men walking towards him. The elevator here went straight to the top floor, and it had always been used by the members of the board of directors. The leader was an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He looked ordinary, but his body exuded a gloomy aura that made Chi Yu uncomfortable. His black hair was obviously dyed. After all, the wrinkles on his face showed that he was not young. The rest of the people followed the old man like stars surrounding the moon. One look and Chi Yu could tell that they were his subordinates. The one who spoke just now was one of his subordinates. Secretary Chen's expression changed slightly, but he still said respectfully to the old man, "Hello, Vice Chairman." The old man did not even look at him. He just snorted and walked towards the elevator. Chi Yu's eyes flickered for a moment. He was not a kind person to begin with, and seeing these people's arrogance made him very unhappy. He subconsciously moved his feet and happened to block the elevator door, causing the old man to almost collide with his back. The old man obviously did not expect Chi Yu to block the way and could not help but be shocked. The subordinate who spoke before had already reached out to grab Chi Yu's shoulder and said coldly, "You are blocking the way." Chi Yu raised his head and turned around slightly. Relying on his height, he snorted in the direction of these people and said, "Secretary Chen, let's go. There's no need to lower yourself to the level of these uneducated people." Secretary Chen was stunned at first, but he could not help but feel happy in his heart. He had long known that Chi Yu was not an ordinary person. He thought this is the perfect opportunity to take revenge. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Chi, this is Mr. Liao, the vice chairman of the board of directors of the group. Why don't we wait for another elevator and let them go up first?" There was nothing wrong with what he said, but his tone was very learned. It was the kind of slightly provocative tone that was obviously telling Chi Yu that this person's status was higher than his, and he could not afford to offend him. With Chi Yu's ability, how could he not hear that Secretary Chen was dissatisfied with this so-called vice chairman? Although the Golden Grain Group was founded by his father, ever since he learned that the last terrorist attack was related to the people in the company, Chi Yu had a bad impression of the company's top management. He said lightly, "They don't even understand the principle of first come, first served. How can such an uneducated person make way for me? Secretary Chen, let's go." As he spoke, he had already walked into the elevator. The old man, Li Yao, finally opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Who are you? Who are you calling uneducated?" Chi Yu looked him in the eye and said calmly, "Whoever doesn't understand the principle of first come, first served is the one who is uneducated." On the side, Secretary Chen said, Vice Chairman, this is the eldest son that the chairman has just found not long ago, Mr. Chiyu. Li Yao's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered as he looked at Chiyu. He suddenly realized something and said, "So, you are the boy who came to see your father. You are not like your father. He has always been very polite." When Chiyu heard his father mentioned, he could not help but frown. "That's right. My father is very polite, but I don't know how he educated a subordinate like you." Li Yao did not expect Chiyu to be so rude to him. He said coldly, "You have to be clear. I am the vice chairman of the Golden Grain Group. At the same time, I am also a major shareholder of the group. Even if you are the chairman's son, you have no right to speak to me like this." Chiyu smiled faintly. His smile gave off an unfathomable feeling. "That's just your wishful thinking. In my heart, there is no such thing as right or not. I have always been one to deal with the situation and not the person. I am sorry, Mr. Vice Chairman." When he said the last sentence, he deliberately emphasized the word vice. It was not that Chiyu wanted to cause trouble, nor was it that he did not know how to respect the elderly. After Li Yao appeared, Chiyu had scanned the bodies of these people with his spiritual power. He found that Li Yao's subordinates were all carrying guns. Moreover, the aura of these people gave him a very familiar feeling. It was very similar to the mercenaries who attacked the Golden Grain Group last time. What made him even more suspicious of Li Yao was that when Li Yao heard that he was Qi Tianlei's son, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he even felt a sense of fear. This meant that not only did Li Yao know who he was, but he also knew what he had done. Why would Li Yao be afraid when he saw him? This could easily explain the problem. With a faint smile, the light in Chiyu's eyes clearly became stronger. Although he had already guessed a lot, he would not act impulsively before confirming it. He pulled Secretary Chen into the elevator and directly pressed the close button. Li Yao's subordinates behind him wanted to attack, but they were stopped by Li Yao. Watching the elevator door close, the light in his eyes flickered a few times. No one knew what he was thinking about. As the elevator went up at high speed, Chiyu asked Secretary Chen, "Brother Chen, what kind of person is this vice chairman?" Secretary Chen said, "The vice chairman joined the group about 5 years ago. He has his own company. It was only during the Asian financial crisis that he bought a large number of our group's shares. That is how he became the company's major shareholder. His shares account for more than 15% of the entire group. He is the largest shareholder under the vice chairman. Usually he is in his own company. I don't know why he suddenly came today. This person has never been on good terms with the vice chairman. He once made a request to buy the vice chairman's shares, but was rejected by the vice chairman." Chiyu slowly nodded his head. There were some things that he should ask his father for clarification. Soon, the two of them arrived at the top floor. Secretary Chen brought Chiyu to an office next to the vice chairman's office. Although the office didn't look very big, Chiyu knew that his father's office wasn't big either. Moreover, in this office that was about 30 meters square, all kinds of office facilities were available. A huge floor-to-ceiling balcony was more than 100 stories high. Half of the capital could be seen in the distance. The feeling of having an open field of vision was very comfortable. Secretary Chen went out to inform Qi Tianlei. Chiyu walked to his desk and sat down. The big leather chair was very comfortable. Although Chiyu's body was very tall, he still felt like he was wrapped in the chair. He waved his hand and pulled a document from a bookcase to his front. He opened it and saw that it was empty. Chiyu couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, "Dad probably didn't really want me to do anything. I just want to keep them company." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Chiyu said, "Come in." The door opened, and Qi Tianlei came in with a young girl. It seemed that Qi Tianlei, who was wearing a suit, had regained his usual majesty. Chiyu quickly stood up. His heart skipped a beat, and he didn't call him Dad. Vice Chairman. Chi Tianlei smiled and nodded to Chi Yu. He said, "Let me introduce you. This is Miss Huang Wei, the secretary I arranged for you. She is very familiar with everything in the company. You can ask her if you don't understand anything in the future." At this time, Chi Yu turned his eyes to the girl who entered the office with his father. When he saw this girl, he couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. It must be known that Chi Yu had many female confidants. He had seen top beauties like Yamu, so a girl who could make his eyes light up was obviously not ordinary. Huang Wei's figure was very well proportioned. She was about 1.7 meters tall, and her short hair made her look energetic. Her big eyes were curiously looking at Chi Yu. Her beige business suit outlined her slender curves. She blinked her big eyes and slightly bowed to Chi Yu. "Hello, Deputy General Manager." Chi Tianlei looked at his son's gaze at Huang Wei and said with a smile, "All right, Huang Wei. Tell Chi Yu about the general situation of the company and some of the matters he will be responsible for in the future. I'm going back to work. Chi Yu, come have lunch with me. I've already booked a table in the restaurant downstairs." Chi Yu quickly agreed. When he sent his father to the door, he heard Chi Tianlei say in a low voice, "That Liao you met is the one I suspect. It's just that I don't have any clear evidence at the moment. You have to be careful of this person in the future. Huang Wei is my niece. You already have so many girlfriends, so don't have any ideas about her. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to her father." Looking at Chi Tianlei's back as he left, Chi Yu couldn't help but wryly smile inwardly. It seemed that even my father thinks that I'm a playboy. Is it really necessary to specially remind me? I'm afraid that I can only come here a few times a year. After returning to the office, Huang Wei went to Chi Yu's desk and put the documents in front of Chi Yu, saying, "Vice President, I'll give you a brief introduction of the current situation of the company." Immediately, she began to explain the current situation of the Golden Valley Group to Chi Yu in a very professional manner. However, Chi Yu had never learned how to run a business. Listening to Huang Wei talking about those complicated figures and looking at the forms in front of him, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel drowsy. Huang Wei felt that Chi Yu was a very peculiar young man the first time she saw him. Although he looked very similar to the chairman in terms of appearance, he was far from being as handsome as the chairman. However, this young man gave people a cold feeling, especially his striking white hair, which looked very unique. After more than an hour, Huang Wei finally finished explaining the general situation of the company. She then looked at Chi Yu, who had been silent all this time. She asked, "Vice President, is there anything else you don't understand?" Chi woke up from her drowsiness and said, No. How about this for now? I'll look at the documents. You can go out and do your work." Looking at Chi Yu's stunned look, Huang Wei resisted the urge to laugh. Although she was young, she was famous for being a talented woman. Chi Yu's look was obviously telling her that she didn't understand anything. Huang Wei knew Chi Yu's identity. This son that the chairman had just recognized seemed to be somewhat attractive, but it seemed that he was an idiot. Huang Wei pointed to a small desk next to her and said, "Vice President, I'm your full-time secretary. I'm responsible for arranging all your activities and work in the company. Where do you want me to go?" "Oh, I see." Chi Yu nodded awkwardly and said, "Then you can do your work here." Huang Wei returned to her desk and secretly glanced at Chi Yu, who was sitting there in a daze. She turned on the computer and began to do her routine work. She really didn't understand why the chairman, who had always been clear about public and private affairs, would let her idiot son be the vice president of the group. One had to know that this position was very important. Chi Yu sat in a comfortable chair. For a moment, she didn't know what she should do. She couldn't practice in front of Huang Wei. However, it wasn't a good thing to sit like this. She took the documents on the table and pretended to read them, but her heart had already flown away. Not long after, Chi Yu couldn't sit still anymore. At this time, he thought of a good idea. Since he couldn't go out and had to work here, he could call her himself. While thinking, he took out his phone and dialed Snow Girl's number. The phone was connected. "Chiyu, how are you? Are you used to your first day at work?" Snow Girl's playful voice came from the other side of the phone. Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think I should be used to it? I'm a person who's used to freedom. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have agreed to them." Shue Air giggled and said, "You, just bear with it. Our Kirin group will be managed by you sooner or later. Take advantage of this time to learn more." "All right, I still have to work on the third batch of products, so I won't talk to you anymore. Right now, our company's products are selling very well." When the second batch of products came on the market, they were all sold out in only 3 days. We had no choice but to bring forward the third batch of products. Now, the company's accumulated capital has begun to grow rapidly. Sister Yuguan said that she wants to hire more employees to expand the company's scale. If everything continues to go smoothly, we'll prepare to open up the international market. All right then, you guys can do as you see fit. In any case, the group will be handed over to you. All right, while you guys are earning, take out a portion of the money and gradually pay back the Arowana group. Snow Girl was silent for a moment before saying, "Chiyu, Uncle Chien from the Longyu group has already paid back the debt for us. Uncle was afraid that you would be unhappy, so he told me not to tell you. However, I think you'll find out sooner or later. They meant well. You see." Chi-Yu was stunned for a moment. Although he felt a little awkward, Chi Tianlei had already done this. If he refused again, what would Chi Tianlei think? He sighed inwardly and decided to let nature take its course. Since it's come to this, then so be it. After hanging up, Chi-Yu was bored again. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the decisive battle that was about to begin on the 10th of January. Yamu. Oh, Yamu, I've already obtained another divine artifact. It's hard to say who will emerge victorious in the battle between you and me. I'll definitely take revenge for Tingting. Just you wait. Huang Wei typed on the computer while peeking at Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's phone call was very short. Other than knowing that he was talking to a girl, he couldn't hear anything else. However, Huang Wei's contempt for Chi-Yu deepened. This CEO's son must be a playboy. He called his girlfriend as soon as he came to work. However, he was the son of the chairman of the board of directors of the Golden Valley Group. He could be considered a rich bachelor. Anyway, don't tease me. Otherwise, I'll definitely not be polite to him. Talented women naturally like talented men. For a good-for-nothing like Chi-Yu, Huang Wei would never be interested. After peeking, she devoted herself to work. Chi-Yu was bored to death and sat for a while. He really couldn't sit still anymore. He couldn't help but ask Huang Wei, "Secretary Huang, I want to ask you, what do you think of the vice chairman of the board of directors of the Golden Valley Group?" Huang Wei stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at Chi-Yu. "Vice Chairman Li, I'm a subordinate. I can't comment on the senior management of the group." "I'm sorry, Vice Chairman." Chi-Yu had no choice but to shake his head helplessly. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness suddenly filled his heart. Subconsciously, Chi-Yu stood up from his seat and looked at the floor-to-ceiling glass behind him. He could clearly feel that he was being locked on by something. The next moment, with his amazing eyesight, he could clearly see that on the top floor of a tall building about 1,000 meters away, there was a person carrying a rocket on his shoulder and aiming at him. A dazzling tail flame lit up in the air. With a whoosh, it shot toward the direction of Chi-Yu's office. In the blink of an eye, the rocket was already outside the window. The outer wall of the Golden Valley building was bulletproof. But bulletproof did not mean that it could defend against the bombardment of rockets. Another terrorist attack? It was too late for Chi-Yu to break through the window. Subconsciously, he flew up and directly rushed toward Huang Wei. Huang Wei had already noticed Chi-Yu the moment he had stood up. When he saw Chi-Yu pouncing at him, he immediately cried out in alarm and subconsciously took a pair of scissors from the table to block in front of him. His heart was filled with both shock and anger. This pervert actually wanted to molest me in broad daylight? Before Huang Wei could think of anything, Qiyu had already pounced on her. She clearly felt that the scissors in her hand seemed to have pierced into a steel plate. Then her body was tightly held by a pair of strong arms. A strong force came, and Huang Wei's body directly flew out of her seat. However, when she fell to the ground, she did not feel any pain. What a joke! With Qiyu's strength, couldn't he release energy? Chapter 260. On the other side of the office, on the top floor, Liao sat on a chair and sneered while smoking a cigar. Aren't you very good at fighting? I'd like to see if a rocket can kill you. The answer was of course no. Qiyu used his tall body to completely protect Huang Wei. In a hurry, he could only care about using energy to cushion Huang Wei's body when she fell to the ground. Listening to the extremely violent roar, Huang Wei's brain completely fell into a blank, and she couldn't recover for a long time. When her consciousness returned to her brain and she gradually woke up, she roughly understood what had happened and screamed, "Vice President! I'm fine." A low and calm voice sounded in Huang Wei's ears. Qiyu jumped up, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the broken window. He was attacked as soon as he arrived here. Qiyu's heart was already filled with cold, murderous intent. He didn't care about himself, but he would never allow such a threat to always stay with his parents. At this time, he couldn't care less about shocking the world. In a flash, he had rushed to the top of the building where the rocket was launched at a speed that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. A man dressed in black was about to put away the rocket launcher and leave immediately. Suddenly, an invisible pressure completely locked his body in place. Before he could react, an invisible pressure completely locked his body. Before he could react, a tall man had already come in front of him. As he stretched out his hand, Qiyu grabbed the man's throat. A strong murderous intent made this sneak attack guy unable to move at all. A strange light lit up from Qiyu's eyes. He was very clear that the person who dared to carry out this kind of task must be a man of sacrifice. It was impossible to ask anything from him. In this case, he would use his own method. A huge spiritual force directly poured into the mind of the man in black. Needless to say, Qiyu quickly scanned through his mind with his own spiritual force. At that moment, everything he wanted had already been achieved. This man in black came here after receiving a phone call, and the voice left in his mind was very familiar to Qiyu. It was left by the man who asked him to get out of the way in the elevator. There was no need to ask any more questions. Everything had become very clear. He casually tossed the black-clothed man's body to the side and scanned through his memories. This person had already become an idiot. In a flash, Qiyu returned to his office. At this time, Qi Tianlei, Ying Xiaodai, and the 4 people sent by the Yellow Flame Soul to protect them had already appeared in Qiyu's office. He was asking Huang Wei something. Huang Wei's face was pale as she looked at the mess in the office. Of course, she knew that Qiyu had saved her life at the critical moment. However, she had no idea where Qiyu had gone. Just when she was unable to answer the anxious Qi Tianlei and his wife, Qiyu had already returned. "Dad, Mom, I'm fine." Qiyu suddenly appeared. The 4 members of the Yellow Flame Soul were shocked. Fortunately, the Sword Soul among them recognized Qiyu. Seeing the freak Qiyu, he could not help but take a step back. Because he did not protect himself in time, Qiyu's body was fine. However, he looked a little disheveled. The front was fine, but the back of his suit was blown to pieces, and half of his buttocks were exposed. Qi Tianlei's face was a little twisted at this time. He had finally found his son, but immediately encountered such a situation. How could he not be angry? His eyes flashed coldly. Your body." Qiyu shook his head and said, "Dad, don't worry. I'm very strong. However, there must be a conclusion to this matter. I don't want to always have a threat around you. Leave this matter to me. Members of the Yellow Flame Soul, listen up. As he spoke, Qiyu touched the Kongdong seal on his chest and summoned his diamond guardian medal. General Ji had told him that the diamond guardian medal could be used to mobilize the Yellow Flame Soul, but only within the capital. The 4 members of the Yellow Flame Soul quickly responded when they saw the diamond guardian medal in his hand. Then they heard Qi Yu's voice in their ears. Qi Yu's instructions were very simple. After receiving his order, the 4 members of the Yellow Flame Soul immediately went to work. Huang Wei was too frightened, so Qi Tianlei asked someone to send her to the hospital. After changing his clothes, Qi Yu also quietly left the headquarters of the Golden Grain Group. He did not want to be questioned endlessly by the police. For some things, it was better to use his own methods to solve them faster. One day, in just one day, the capital's business world was shaken. Li Yao, the vice chairman of the board of directors of the Golden Grain Group and the chairman of the board of directors of the Zongheng Group, donated all the assets under his name to the National Charity Association of the Yanhuang Republic. At the same time, he resigned from all his positions in the 2 groups. After doing this, Li Yao disappeared from this world. There were many people who disappeared at the same time, but those people did not need to be known to outsiders. Qi Yu did it very simply. With the strength of the Yellow Flame Soul, it was naturally easy to find out everything about Li Yao. After reporting to General Ji, he began his own operation. Was it difficult to get Li Yao to transfer his assets to the national charity? It was not difficult. When a person's mind was completely controlled, everything became easy. The foreign mercenaries and the forces in the dark that he had hired were completely wiped out by Qi Yu in one day. As for how he cleaned them up, it could only be explained by the word bloody. At the same time, according to the clues left by Li Yao, Qi Yu sent all the members of the Dragon Zodiac team, the Tiger Zodiac team, and the Chicken Zodiac team out of the country. The mission given to these 36 people was to eliminate all of Li Yao's forces abroad. With the information left by Li Yao, these things were not difficult to solve. As for the shock caused by Li Yao's demise in the business world, it was easily pacified by the government's intervention. A week later, it was even impossible to search for Li Yao's name on the internet. Son, isn't it a little too cruel to do this? At this time, there were only him and Qi Yu in Qi Tianlei's office. In this week, he finally knew how strong his son was. He did not need to do anything at all, and everything was completely solved. With the backing of the country, coupled with his own strong strength, it was very easy for Qi Yu to get rid of Li Yao. Even more than half of the Julie people were destroyed by his hands, let alone Li Yao. As for why the country cooperated, it was actually very simple. Everything was going through legal procedures. Why would the country not be willing to put tens of billions of US dollars into the national treasury? Since it was a normal legal procedure, and Li Yao had made a public appearance and voluntarily donated, international law was not a big deal. At least, most people thought that it was because Li Yao was old and had earned enough money. He wanted to do some good deeds and retire to leave a good reputation. As for where he went, not many people would pay attention. Of course, even if they paid attention, it would be useless. The Yanhuang Republic cleaned up Qi Yu's mess. Didn't they clean up the mess? Of course, there were other reasons why the country strongly supported Qi Yu. Whether it was Qi Yu's own strength or the Guardian of the East that he represented, he was a strength that the country desperately needed. For the country, Qi Yu had made great contributions. The original fruits sent by Kirin Group had left a very deep impression on the leaders of the country. Not to mention the free contribution, the benefits of those fruits had indeed benefited the leaders a lot, although the impact this time was not small. But as a country, it was still very easy to settle. Dad, when facing the enemy, you must not be soft-hearted. I'm not afraid of other things, but if they do something bad to you and Mom, and I can't stop it, I will definitely regret it for the rest of my life. So, no matter what, I have to solve the potential threat for you. However, in order to avoid suspicion, I have transferred the shares of Golden Grain Group in Li Yao's hands to the country. But don't worry, the country has already agreed to sell the shares of Golden Grain Group to us at a low price. When the time comes, you can go to the State Council Charity Fund office in person. Won't the problem be solved? You and Mom's shares, together with Liao's, are close to half. I want to see who can threaten your position as the chairman of the board in the future. Greed is Li Yao's arrogant mistake. If he threatens my family, there can only be one result. Qi Yu didn't do anything to Li Yao. He just sent Li Yao to the big forest of the ancient beasts. He didn't do anything to Li Yao's family. After all, his family was innocent. He also took this opportunity to send Xiao Lu to the ancient beasts and let Iro be in charge of protecting her. He also told Xiao Lu that he would bring her back after a month. When Xiao Lu came to the ancient beasts, she had long forgotten about Qiyu. That scene was as shocking to her as it was to the plant soul. The threat of the Julie people had been eliminated. With the guarantee of the great rock wisdom king, the beasts wouldn't be able to threaten humans. At least for a long period of time, humans would be safe. Therefore, Qiyu could rest assured that Xiao Lu was there. After the Battle of Mount Everest, he would bring Xiao Lu back. It would be about time. Qi Tianlei sighed and said, "Since the problem has been solved, we can only do this. But my child, heaven has the virtue of cherishing life. It's better for you to not kill so much in the future." Qi Yu walked to Qi Tianlei's side and held his father's arm. He said, "I will. But sometimes I can't help myself. There are some things that I can't control. Dad, I can only promise you one thing. No matter what I do, I have a clear conscience." Qi Tianlei looked at his son deeply and nodded. He said, "I believe you." After the incident with Li Yao, although Li Yao's problem had been completely solved, Qi Tianlei no longer forced Qiyu to work at the Golden Valley Group. Qiyu's potential power made Qi Tianlei understand that his son still had many things to do. It was impossible for him to be limited to a single company. Therefore, he sped up the construction of the new land next to the Dragon Field courtyard. At the same time, he released Qiyu, allowing him to return to the Dragon Field courtyard and continue his free life. He only requested that Qiyu accompany the couple for at least one day a week. When Qiyu finished dealing with Li Yao's matter, all the Zodiac guardian warriors returned. Qiyu did not set a time for their return, but every Zodiac guardian warrior understood how important the Battle of Mount Everest was to them and Qiyu. Therefore, after returning home to report to their families that they were safe, they quickly returned to the Dragon Field courtyard. The final sprint before the duel had begun, and this final training for the Zodiac guardian warriors played a crucial role. The 15 days of training were almost non-stop. With Qiyu as the center, everyone devoted themselves to the process of improving their own strength. They all knew that there was no time for them to waste. Everything had to be completed according to the predetermined track, and the final result would be decided by their own strength. For survival and for the future of the East, who could slack off? Mount Everest was the main peak of the Himalayas, the highest mountain in the world, with an altitude of 8,848. 13 meters. It was located in the middle of the Himalayas at the junction of Tibet and the Kingdom of Nepal in the Yenhuang Republic. The mountain was mainly composed of crystalline rocks. The glaciers were large, with more than 600 glaciers covering an area of 1,600 square kilometers. It was the center of modern glaciation in the low latitudes. Tall ice towers were commonly developed in the middle and upper reaches of the ice tongues, which was a special form of glaciers in the valleys of Mount Everest. There were large ice cirques in the north, east, and southwest of Mount Everest, making Mount Everest a pyramid-shaped peak that was 3,000 meters above the bottom of the ice cirques. On the northern slope of Mount Everest, at an altitude of 7,450 meters, was the boundary between ice and rock. The lower part was covered with ice and snow, while the upper part was exposed due to the steep cliffs and strong winds. The peak was often shrouded in clouds and mist, as if the flag was fluttering from west to east with Mount Everest as the pole. This was a unique meteorological phenomenon of Mount Everest, and people called it the flag cloud. At this time, on the northern slope of Mount Everest, a group of more than a dozen people were climbing quickly. It should be known that after an altitude of more than 7,000 meters, the temperature and the thinness of oxygen were no longer bearable for ordinary people. As for the dozen or so people who were climbing the mountain, they looked very relaxed. They were also wearing ordinary clothes and not special winter clothes. They were the Zodiac guardian warriors, led by Chiyu. The appointment with Yamu was coming. In Chiyu's mind, all the experiences he had with Yamu kept flashing. Those scenes were so real in front of him. From the amazement when they first met, to the love later, to the friendship in Athens for several months, to the betrayal in the end, all of these left the deepest mark in Chiyu's heart. In the looming light, the group of 13 people climbed the last 1,000 meters, which should have been the most difficult, in just over 10 minutes, and arrived at the main peak of Mount Everest. In the distance, they looked at the white snow below, and clouds of snow fog and strong wind constantly blew at their bodies. Chiyu was the first to arrive at the peak. He stood alone at the highest place, looking a little bleak. Obviously, they had arrived before their opponents. The 12 people stood neatly behind him. No one said a word, and their eyes were a little dignified. This was no longer a matter of Chiyu alone, but a battle between the Eastern and Western Guardians. They all knew that they must not lose today. Chiyu lowered his head, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, he raised his head, and his body trembled slightly. His eyes, which seemed to be solid, shot toward the south like sharp arrows. At this moment, a graceful figure slowly rose from below. It seemed that she did not need to borrow any force, and she floated up to the peak. The 12 Zodiac guardian warriors standing behind Chiyu automatically spread out, forming a semicircle. Only Chiyu did not move, but his solid eyes were fixed on the graceful figure that was slowly approaching. Finally, like an auspicious cloud, the woman floated to the peak. She was wearing a long dress as white as snow, and her whole body was shrouded in a faint light and shadow. Her beautiful and slender figure seemed to be wearing a layer of golden chiffon. Her faintly discernible jade-white skin made it impossible for people to stare at her. Her oval face was as pure as ice, and her beautiful eyes were clear and beautiful. She had a small and exquisite nose, and slightly curved and plum-cherry lips. Her facial features were extremely exquisite. Her slender and delicate body was also so perfect. She had a slender waist, breathtakingly long and beautiful legs, and exquisite curves that were wrapped in a faint white light. She was filled with a sacred aura, and the most peculiar thing was her long purple hair. It did not seem to be dyed, but natural, like purple silk fluttering behind her back. At this moment, her eyes happened to be looking at the man in red. Her purple eyes were filled with desolation and helplessness. Her small, white teeth gently bit her lips. Yamu said softly in authentic Yenhuang language, "You finally arrived before me. Actually, I never hoped that this battle would come." Chiyu's voice was still so low, "But it will come in the end. After you made that choice, this battle was inevitable. You killed me once, and in the end you let me go. There is no longer any connection between you and me. But when Ting, Klinsman, and the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King all died because of you and me. Today, I will seek justice for them. At the same time, I also want to see on the highest peak in the world who is the real strong between us, the guardians of the East and the West." Apart from a few traces of vicissitudes, there was no other emotion in his voice. Yamu nodded gently and said in a low voice, "Regarding that matter, I have nothing to say. For the sake of our mission, we cannot retreat." She slowly raised her right hand, and with a gentle wave, the scepter of the goddess of victory appeared out of thin air. She slowly raised the scepter into the air, and a deep golden light shot out from the tip of the scepter. Instantly, The snow in the air dissipated under the influence of the golden light, and the air exuded an even more pure and holy aura. At this moment, 12 faintly discernible figures flashed up the southern slope of Mount Everest. Each of them looked a little bloated, and as they got closer, one could see that each of them carried a huge box on their back. Chi-Yu knew that the Zodiac Guardians had already brought their constellations. What the Zodiac Guardian warriors were about to face would definitely be the 12 Zodiac Guardians at full strength. Their figures were getting closer and closer. Through the feeling of his spiritual power, Chi-Yu knew that it was not only him and the Zodiac Guardian warriors that had improved. The Zodiac Guardians had also made great progress during this period of time. As for how much progress they had made, he did not know. After Goddess Athena's divinity was completely absorbed by Yamu, her strength had increased by leaps and bounds in a short period of time, and she had become the true goddess Athena. The increase in strength of Yamu had also caused the 12 Zodiac Guardians to improve under the effects of her divine energy. Just like how Yamu had become the true Athena, they had also become the true Zodiac Guardians of Athena. The area of the peak of Mount Everest was not big. When the 12 Zodiac Guardians arrived at the peak, the entire peak seemed to be a little crowded. Cold air constantly blew from the peak of the mountain. If it were not for the fact that the 26 people on the peak had extraordinary strength, the cold wind would have easily caused them to lose consciousness. The 12 Zodiac Guardians stood calmly behind Yamu. Yuyun lowered her head. She did not even dare to look at Chi-Yu. The other Zodiac Guardians looked at Chi-Yu with different gazes, but none of them were hostile. After all, deep in their hearts, they knew who was right and who was wrong. Of course, they would not think that Yamu's decision was wrong. For Greece, to be able to completely inherit the divinity of Athena, everything was worth it. The only thing that made these Zodiac Guardians feel a little uneasy was that Chi-Yu had turned from a friend to an enemy. They did not know what would happen to them in the end. There were 13 people on both sides, and they stood there quietly under the cold wind. The flag cloud on the peak of Mount Everest fluttered, and the fog constantly swept past them, making them feel a little damp. The light of the scepter of the goddess of victory in Yamu's hand dimmed. She looked at Chi-Yu for a long time before she said, "Since everyone is here, let's begin. Chi-Yu, how do you want to decide the winner?" Chi-Yu looked at Yamu and said, "It's very simple. Although today's battle is between you and me, it also concerns the relationship between the guardians of the East and the West. Although in my heart, you are definitely my enemy. You are definitely an enemy, but this has nothing to do with your constellation protectors, other than the battle between you and me, in order to protect our East and your West. They do not need to decide life and death." Chi-Yu's words were very calm. Master Zagru had a great influence on what he said. At the same time, Chi-Yu did not want to see his comrades pay with their lives because of his personal grudge. Yamu looked at Chi-Yu deeply, and a deep sadness flashed in the depths of her eyes. "All right, since that's the case, I know what to do. The space at the peak of Mount Everest is very narrow. Why don't we start one battle at a time? Both sides will fight according to the order of your zodiac and our zodiac. Every battle will end when the winner is decided. The final winner will be decided according to the number of battles. If we lose, then the Greek Guardian will listen to the Eastern Guardian's orders and vice versa. How about it?" Hearing Yamu's words, Chi-Yu could not help but feel moved. If he could obtain the authority of the Zodiac Guardians, his strength would undoubtedly increase. But why did Yamu say that? Could it be that they had absolute confidence in winning? From his previous contact with the Zodiac Guardians, the 12 Zodiac Guardians' strength was about the same. But it was different for his side. The difference in strength between the Zodiac Guardian warriors was not small. It was hard to say who would win. "If the final battle is between you and me with 6 wins each, what do you say?" Chi-Yu asked. Yamu said, "Then we will decide the final winner by our life and death. Isn't that what you want?" Chi-Yu looked at Yamu, A cold, killing intent flashed past his eyes. "All right, it's a deal." Yamu added, "If the final battle is a draw, then let all of us join forces for the final battle. Let's see who has the highest overall strength. Before coming here, I have already instructed my Zodiac guardians. Even if I die, they will keep their promise and listen to your orders." Chi-Yu nodded his head and said, "Me too. But how do you expect me to trust you?" Yamu was stunned for a moment. Looking at the cold gaze in Chi-Yu's eyes, her heart could not help but ache, but she could not say anything. After all, she had lied to Chi-Yu before, and it was even his feelings that she lied to. "Chi-Yu, don't go overboard. Even if Miss had hurt you before, she had no choice." Mephistopheles could not help but stand up and reprimand Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu looked at him coldly and said, "You have no right to speak to me. You." Mephistopheles' eyes were filled with anger, but feeling the terrifying aura from Chi-Yu, he actually could not muster up enough courage to attack Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu swept the Qilin concealment cloak off his head, revealing a head of snow-white hair that fluttered in the wind. "I'll trust you one more time. If you do not keep your promise, then Greece will no longer have a guardian." As he said that, he turned around and wanted to return to his side. Mephistopheles looked at Yamu and said in a low voice, "Mississippi." Yamu raised her hand and stopped him from continuing. "All right, let's get ready to begin. Today's battle is unavoidable, but for the East and West to be able to fight against the future danger together, we must choose to form an alliance. After the hatred between me and Chi-Yu is resolved. Remember what I said before, once we lose, no one is allowed to go back on their promise. If not, it'll be going against Goddess Athena's orders." Learning from Chi-Yu, she walked back to her Constellation Guardian team. "White Demon Constellation Guardian, come out," Yamu said calmly. After White Demon Constellation Eunice bowed to Yamu, he slowly walked out. A faint white light aura lit up from his body, causing the snow on Mount Everest to be unable to enter a 1-meter radius around him. Chi-Yu's gaze landed on Vol and nodded his head. Vol looked at Chi-Yu and gave him a determined look. Before he came, he had already thought it through. If he were to face an enemy alone, even if he died, he would not lose. For the sake of the humiliation that Boss had suffered, he would fight. "Zodiac, guardian god warrior, rat," Vol bellowed. His short and stout body was filled with energy. His voice shook the snowy peak, causing the snow to tremble. His gaze locked onto his opponent. All the thundercloud force in his body was quickly mobilized. White Demon Constellation Eunice looked at Vol and bowed slightly. The white light aura on his body became even stronger. The two of them made a please gesture at the same time. The battle between the Zodiac Guardian God and Constellation Guardian God finally began. The first battle was between the Rat Zodiac Warrior and the White Demon Constellation Guardian God. The entire peak of Mount Everest was only about 100 square meters. Furthermore, the ground was not sturdy. There were many people standing around. The space for the two of them to fight was less than 100 meters. Vol did not move. The thundercloud force in his body continued to increase. The short hair on his head had gradually turned gray. His gaze was extremely sharp. He slowly extended his arms forward, revealing a pair of hands that did not match his body. It was a pair of sparkling and translucent Ryua hands. His fingers were extremely long. On every finger there was a 3-inch long nail. He squinted his small eyes. His sharp gaze was like a knife, tearing apart Eunice's mental defenses. Eunice also did not move. However, the white energy surrounding his body was moving at a rapid pace. When he first saw Vol, he could not help but look down on his opponent. The energy undulations on Vol's body were obviously not as strong as his. Furthermore, with his body size, it was impossible for him to be more agile than him. However, when Vol's sharp gaze landed on his body, Eunice knew that he was wrong. From Vol's gaze, he could see the determination for victory. He knew that this battle would not be easy for him to win. Vol finally moved. He moved before white demon constellation Eunice. His fat body suddenly took a step forward. His right hand reached out and grabbed towards the opponent's chest. At this time, he was about 3 meters away from Eunice. An ear-piercing sound came out. The nails on Vol's right hand were completely extended. 5 rays of sharp gray light shot out. It was as though they were real. In an instant, they arrived in front of Eunice. Chapter 261. After Eunice used his ability to block Vol's attack, he turned around and leapt high into the air, dodging Vol's attack. Following that, with his head down and legs up, he pounced towards Vol. Vol lost his opponent and quickly raised his head to look at the sky. Just as he was about to receive the attack, his fat body suddenly tensed up, as though he was bound by some kind of energy. He was unable to move at all, and Eunice's palms were already above his head. That's right, the White Demon Constellation Guardian's ability was space restriction. Previously, when he blocked Vol's attack, it was the space constancy ability that gave him enough time to react. But now, it was the space contraction ability of space restriction. In an instant, the space was completely contracted, and the surrounding air seemed to have been sucked out. It was extremely difficult for Vol to even raise his hand, let alone dodge. Seeing this scene and feeling the energy undulations in the field, the Zodiac Guardian warriors could not help but feel nervous. Only Chi-Yu's gaze remained calm. Vol's eyes lit up. A gray light shot out from his eyes, and his fat body directly sat down on the ground. Space contraction also had its limits, and in the face of absolute power, it was impossible to do anything. If Eunice used space contraction with all his strength, Vol was obviously unable to move. But as long as he released his energy to attack, it would be impossible to completely restrict Vol's body. Vol's body sat back, and although his movement was slow, he managed to raise his arms in the shortest time possible. It was his hands that were raised into the air. Following that, a strange scene appeared. Like a flower blooming, Vol's slender hands transformed into countless light shadows in the air, and every light shadow entangled with each other. Every finger had a different function. Eunice's attack was extremely powerful, and the huge pressure from the space made him feel like a 1,000-pound gate pressing down. But Vol's 10 fingers alternated, and every finger brought out a completely different energy. There was a direct attack, there was a suction force, there was a spiral force. There was also a contraction force. The different energies were not released by his body, but were completely controlled by the energy on his fingers, causing the thundercloud force in his body to completely explode at that distance. This was the true ability of the Rat Zodiac warrior. It was all in his hands. The ear-piercing sound of something breaking through the air could be heard continuously, and Eunice, who was falling from the sky, stopped. Vol's hands were constantly transforming into different energy attacks, and almost every finger force had an effect on him. At the beginning, those finger forces were obviously not strong enough, and he could completely resist them by relying on his whole body's downward pressure. However, as the finger forces continued to be compressed and overlapped under his palms, Eunice's body suddenly stopped moving. The effects of the different types of energy were completely displayed. Right now, not only was his hands unable to exert any more pressure, what made him even more shocked was that the energy fluctuations from Vol's hands actually rushed into his body again and again, starting to invade his meridians. That strange energy attack caused Eunice to be flustered even though he had enough energy. With no other choice, he could only bounce back and float away from the attack range of Vol's hands. However, it was also because of this that the space restriction on Vol disappeared. Vol's body was originally sitting backward, and as soon as the space restriction disappeared, he immediately fell backward, his body rolling on the ground like a rubber ball. When he was still in a squatting position, his body bounced up like a cannonball, and he let out a shrill scream. Gray hair gushed out from his body, and the 3-inch nails on his hands quickly extended to 6 inches, flashing with a terrifying metallic light. He directly pounced, towards Yunez, who was falling from the sky. Vol, whose speed had suddenly doubled, caused Yunez to turn pale with fright. He understood that this was most likely the Zodiac Guardian Warrior's origin mutation ability. That's right, what Vol was displaying now was the first stage of origin mutation. Yamu, who was watching the battle, could not help but be shocked. She had seen Vol before. Back at the Chongsheng Temple, Vol was still the weakest among the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and could not display any attack power at all. However, the current field mouse had completely become a valiant warrior. His hands had a strange attacking power, although it did not have a strong energy. But the strange attacking method had already made up for the difference in energy between him and Eunice of the White Demon constellation. Vol's Thundercloud force was now at the 6 cloud level, which was slightly stronger than Yan Xiaoyi, who was at the 6 cloud level at the same time. This was because he had put in more effort. Eunice had no choice but to calm down. Facing this opponent, he no longer dared to have the slightest contempt. Space paused once again, causing Vol's attack to slow down slightly. Using this moment, Yuna's body flashed in the air and actually changed the direction of his fall. With both feet in front and back, he pointed towards Vol's head. Movement techniques were the least of Vol's strengths. On the contrary, it was what Yunus was best at. Space energy did not have much effect on Vol's attack, because Vol's strange hands could completely break through the space blockade with all kinds of attack methods. Since that was the case, Yunus decided to use his strength to attack his enemy's weakness. Relying on his fast movement techniques, he launched a frenzied attack towards Vol. Vol's body that was charging forward suddenly stopped. He raised both hands and collided with Yunus's. Yunus was attacking from above, so he had the advantage of strength. Moreover, from a pure energy point of view, Vol was indeed slightly inferior to him. However, at this time, Vol had already completed the first stage of origin mutation, so he was not at a disadvantage. Yunus was bounced up, while Vol's feet sank by an inch. Neither of their attacks had any effect. Yunus's blitzkrieg began. He no longer clashed head-on with Vol. Relying on his fast movement techniques, he began to circle around Vol's body, his palms flying up and down. Every time he attacked, there would be a powerful energy fluctuation. Relying on his fast movement skills, he could often appear in the blind spots where the Vol was the most difficult to rescue. He would send out a palm strike, and as soon as the energy was released, he would immediately move to another position. In his opinion, the Vol's movement skills were far inferior to his, so it would definitely be exhausted to deal with him. It wouldn't take long. Naturally, he would admit defeat. However, when Yunus really began to attack like this, he soon discovered to his shock that, in front of Vol, his blitzkrieg actually had no effect at all. Vol, whose feet had sunk by an inch, had not moved in the slightest from the moment his opponent's blitzkrieg began. He did not even turn around. The bones in his arms crackled, and his originally thick arms suddenly lengthened by half a foot. At the same time, his bones seemed to have become several times softer. No matter where Yunus's attack came from, it would always be met with his palms swinging from inconceivable angles. What met him was always Field Mouse's palms, which were swung out from inconceivable angles. Field Mouse's 10 fingers were constantly moving like butterflies, and all kinds of different energies easily broke Yunus's attack. For a moment, Field Mouse's hands were constantly flying around his body. His fat body was actually surrounded by the shadows of his palms, like a big hedgehog. Where was Yunus? Where was his sharp fingernails? Tyrannical energy waves constantly collided in the air, causing the snowflakes on the ground to surge continuously. Vol's calmness was naturally not innate. During the era of the ancient behemoths, among the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Vol was undoubtedly the one who had been close to death the most times. It was not because of his lack of strength, but because he would always appear by Modi's side regardless of his own safety. Since agreeing to Mo Dan's original conditions, Vol became much quieter than before. Although Chi Yu could also see it, Chi Yu had too many things to do, and did not have too much time to care about his good brother. However, silence did not mean decadence. Although he did not say anything, Vol's chubby body would always appear by Modi's side at the most critical moment, especially when Modi was in danger. His body was almost like a shield beside Modi. If he could not maintain a calm state of mind and try to minimize the damage he received, perhaps he would have died many times. Even so, Vol had narrowly escaped death several times. Modi's heart softened a long time ago. Perhaps because they had been together for a long time, Vol had undergone drastic changes in her eyes. He was no longer a child, much younger than her. Whenever Vol appeared by her side, she always felt extremely safe. When Vol agreed to Mo Dan that day, Modi's heart was full of strange feelings. After the ancient behemoth era, when Vol often appeared by her side without hesitation, Modi's heart finally melted like an iceberg and turned into a pool of spring water. Although she did not officially admit anything, the reason why Mo Dan did not pester Vol until now was because the night before they left the ancient behemoth era, Modi had found her and had a deep and sincere talk. As for what they said between them, no one knew. However, after returning from the ancient behemoth era, when he went home to visit his family, Modi once went to Vol's house. From that time on, a smile appeared on Vol's face again, and the way he looked at Modi became more gentle. All of this could be said to be a secret between Vol and Modi. Even Chiyu did not have the time to know. At this time, Vol was so heavy that it was scary. After a long period of training, he had already developed a keen sense. A mouse's sense was always very keen. A real mouse, in order to avoid countless possible dangers. If it didn't have a keen sense, how could it survive? And this keen sense had been magnified countless times by Vol. The speed of the battle between the two became faster and faster. However, Vol was faster with his hands, while Eunice was faster with his body movement. In terms of energy consumption, it was obvious that Eunice, who was constantly moving, was at a disadvantage. The energy gap between him and Vol was constantly shrinking. Eunice knew that if this continued, then the final result would be difficult to predict. He might even be defeated by this young fatso. His depth was really too scary. With a final palm strike, Eunice's body suddenly retreated. A white light shot up to the sky. Before his energy consumption was over, he was ready for a decisive battle. Vol still did not move. Eunice's aura was very unstable. However, Vol's hands also had a strong numbing sensation. In terms of energy intensity, he was not as strong as his opponent. Although he had blocked the opponent's attack, the energy shock caused him to have to take a breather. The originally bright sky suddenly became a lot dimmer. However, the clouds in the sky had quietly disappeared. Bright stars appeared in the sky. The starlight flickered, outlining the shape of a ghost. That's right, that was the constellation that Eunice represented, White Thief. Starlight burst out. The white light condensed into a huge beam of light that instantly shone on the body of White Thief constellation's guardian Eunice. The amount of starlight that formed the White Thief constellation shone on every part of his body. At this time, Eunice's energy aura suddenly became different. Formless white energy condensed on the surface of his skin, forming a special layer of energy protection. At the same time, the energy aura on his body rose to an unprecedented intensity. The undulations in the space also became more and more intense. A faint light flickered. Both of his hands had already stretched out to his sides. From the looks of it, he looked like a white cross. Vol took a deep breath. He knew that the opponent was currently accumulating energy. Just like his own origin transformation, the opponent was using the constellation protection. He used the White Thief constellation's energy to inject into his body, causing his energy to rise to its peak state in a short period of time. You know it, why can't I? The gray fur grew once again. However, this time, Vol's entire body shone with a metallic luster. His originally short and stout body suddenly swelled to a height of 2 m. He had a stocky back and a stocky waist. Especially the muscles on his arms, They looked like small mountains that were gathered together. The gray fur extended from his head all the way to his back, and then all the way to the ground. Vol's arms that were filled with bulging muscles trembled slightly. He looked up to the sky and let out an intense roar. Suddenly, a gray shadow appeared behind him out of thin air. It was the light shadow of the rat Zodiac. Although his body had become extremely strong, at this time, Vol's eyes shone with the light of wisdom. Chi once said in Greece that the 12 Zodiac were divided into 6 pairs. Each pair had its own special meaning. The first pair was the rat and the cow, and the rat represented wisdom. Vol, who had completed the second origin transformation, had also opened the door of wisdom. Both of his fingers stretched out 10 inches long claws. Gray energy surrounded his body. Looking at him now, he looked more like a miniature version of the behemoth in the Western legends. Vol's transformation once again shocked the constellation guardians. Through Yama's understanding of the Zodiac guardian warriors, they all knew that being able to undergo 2 origin transformations meant that the strength of the Zodiac guardian warriors had reached another realm. The rat Zodiac warrior in front of them was obviously not the strongest among the Zodiac guardian warriors. Even he could reach the second origin transformation. Then, how strong would the other Zodiac guardian warriors be? Chi Yu's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He kept shouting in his heart, "Vol, good job. Kill him." At this time, his blood was boiling because of the battle. He couldn't wait to fight with Yamu right now. Vol stretched his arms with his shoulders as the axis. Revealing his solid and broad chest, he let out a fiery roar, as if he was demonstrating his power to the other party. The tyrannical energy fluctuations caused the Vol's body to tremble unceasingly. Every time he trembled, the energy fluctuations on his body would increase a bit, especially the gray sharp blades on his 10 fingers, the metallic luster becoming more and more obvious. The battle between the rat Zodiac warrior and the white tortoise constellation had finally begun. Feeling the huge amount of energy rising from them, no one would believe that they were going to stop this battle. Vol moved first. It was still his hands that moved. With the movement of his thick and strong arms, his 10 fingers trembled in the air, letting out a buzzing sound. 10 rays of gray metallic aura, like sharp blades, flew towards Jonas, who was still absorbing the energy of the constellation. Dimension. Jonas bellowed. His hands suddenly crossed in front of him. The constellation light spots on his body lit up at the same time. Countless white light auras gathered on his hands. His palms were like blades. He waved them gently. A crack suddenly appeared in the space in front of him. The 10 rays of metallic gray energy light didn't have any offensive effect at all. They were sucked in by the spatial cracks that suddenly appeared. The crack stuck onto Jonas's hands. He fiercely swung his arms up. After the crack, a large amount of white light aura condensed, and the crack became the sharpness of the white light. The strongest profound technique of the white tortoise constellation guardian, white tortoise dimension / had appeared. Since the start of the battle, Jonas was very clear. It was impossible for him to defeat the rat Zodiac warrior in front of him with just his skills. Although he didn't have a nimble body technique, his unparalleled hands made up for all his flaws. No skill would have a good result in front of him. Only by relying on the advantage in energy could he obtain the final victory. White tortoise constellation's ultimate profound technique caused space to tear. It was not something that the previous spatial restriction could compare to. Concentrating all his energy into one strike, the outcome of the battle was completely condensed into one strike. The gigantic light / pounced forward. The energy ripple from the space tearing had completely locked onto Vol's body. Vol knew that other than fighting head-on, he had no other choice. Without any hesitation, the second stage of the innate transformation brought about a large amount of energy, causing Vol to be filled with confidence. The gray energy aura condensed in his body. An enormous energy ripple exploded at that moment. The gray light aura instantly engulfed every inch of Vol's body. His body actually floated in the air. He stretched out both of his hands, and 10 rays of gray light suddenly bloomed. The nails on his 10 fingers actually became 10 sharp blades that were over a foot long. Both of his hands crossed in front of his body at the same time. The 10 fingers maintained different rhythmic ripples, and the gray energy continued to change in front of him. In the midst of the energy changes, the enormous energy ripple started to spread in front of him. Seeing the white light slash coming down from the sky, Vol suddenly raised his upper body, and the gray light aura suddenly blossomed. Following the rhythm of his 10 fingers, the gray ripples were like a bunch of blooming flowers, forming a gray energy about a foot wide that floated up. Compared to Bai Chong's dimensional slash, the energy unleashed by Vol was not as powerful. However, the gray light that was emitted from his hands looked crystal clear. The reason why there was no energy explosion was simple. It was because, under Qi Yu's guidance, every Zodiac guardian god warrior knew that they had to use all their energy on their attacks, and not just look strong. Vol remembered every word that Qi Yu said very clearly. At this moment, what Vol was using was also his strongest attack at the moment, the Rat King's wave stacking hands. The energy light that was like a ripple in the air was like a wave, and it swept up continuously towards the gap that Bai Chong's dimensional slash had created. A strange scene appeared. The goal of Bai Chong Constellation Guardian Yunez was to expand the gap that the dimensional slash had created. What was strange was that what Vol was doing was using the energy that erupted from his miraculous hands to forcefully close the gap that the dimensional slash had created. In an instant, the white and gray energies intertwined in the air. It was not a collision, but it was much more dangerous than a collision. Regardless of whether it was Qi Yu's side or Yamu's side, they could not help but feel nervous. The first battle was very important to both sides. No matter which side won, they would be able to gain the upper hand in the battle against their opponents. After all, whichever side won 6 battles first would be undefeatable. As the energy undulations were too intense, the surroundings of the surging energy aura had already started to distort. Not only was the space created by the dimensional slash torn apart, but the surrounding space had also started to crack. The flag cloud on the peak of Mount Everest was actually being rapidly absorbed by the small cracks that had appeared, causing the air on the world's highest peak to become even thinner. Vol and Yunez maintained a deadlock. From the looks of their energy, Yunez had a slight advantage. However, in the previous battle, he had consumed more energy than Vol. Furthermore, Vol's body had been modified by Qi Yu's nature source. Compared to Yunez, he still had an advantage. Although the torn space made his body feel extremely uncomfortable, he could still endure it. Hence, at this moment, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Whichever side's energy was exhausted first, then whichever side's energy was the final loser. If the two people's energy was too close, when their energy was exhausted at the same time, then the dimensional slash would also appear. However, at that time, it would not be something that Yunez could control. Who knows, it might even devour both of their bodies at the same time. Qi Yu's gaze gradually revealed a trace of anxiety. Even if he lost the first battle, he did not wish for Vol to be harmed in any way. On the other side, Yamu's delicate brows were also slightly furrowed. She knew Yunez very well. Although Yunez's expression seemed to be relaxed, the more he was like this, the more difficult it was for him to handle. When a constellation guardian used its constellation protection, there was a certain time limit. It could not be used endlessly, and Bai Chong's dimensional slash consumed a lot of Yunez's energy. Yamu also did not know how long Vol's origin mutation could last. At this moment, her confidence in Yunez was gradually disappearing. What made the spectators' breathing become more and more rapid was that, be it Vol or Yunez, in this deadlock of energy attacks, the degree of energy consumption was actually very similar. Neither of them could make the other consume more energy. Looking at their increasingly strained expressions, the smart people could already tell that this battle would most likely end in a lose-lose situation. Both of them had gathered such a large amount of energy. If both of them were to lose in the end, perhaps it would be too difficult for them to survive. Modi quietly came to Chi-Yu's side and anxiously transmitted his voice to him. "Chi-Yu, what should we do? I'm afraid that Vol can't hold on for much longer. I know what he is thinking. No matter what, he will not admit defeat in this battle today. He is your good brother. Chi-Yu." Of course. Chi-Yu knew what Modi wanted to say. He was also very happy to see Modi's concern for Vol. He lightly nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will not let my good brother be harmed in the slightest." As he said that, he had already walked out from his own camp. His gaze focused in Yamu's direction. Through the fluctuations of his mental power, he immediately made Yamu look at him. "Miss Yamu, you have seen the situation before you. If this continues, I am afraid that the result will be a lose-lose situation for both Vol and your Yunus. Why don't we call this a draw? You and I do not wish for our comrades to be injured, right?" Although Chi-Yu's tone was much gentler than before, his unfamiliar way of addressing her still made Yamu's heart ache. However, it was clear that Yamu had already recognized the same problem. She nodded and said, "This is also what I wanted to say. Let us end this battle." "Boss, don't! I can definitely defeat this guy." Vol heard Chi-Yu and Yamu's words and hurriedly interrupted them. Because he was distracted, his energy was immediately suppressed by Yunus, and it seemed even more strenuous for him. Chi-Yu's expression darkened. "Are you the boss, or am I the boss? Don't mess around. You have already done very well. Miss Yamu, let us do it together." The two looked at each other. Although their relationship had long been irreconcilable, they had after all been together for a long time. They very tacitly floated up at the same time and pounced towards their comrades. Chi-Yu's palm and Yamu's struck Vol's and Yunus's back almost at the same time. Vol felt a gentle energy rush into his body from his back, and the cracks in the sky were immediately forcibly closed by the energy he constantly emitted. On the other hand, on Yamu's side, Yamu's holy aura was also transmitted through Yunus's body, blocking Vol's attack power. At the same time, it also dispelled Yunus's white demonic dimension slash. The two's energies collided one last time, but this time it was no longer a battle between the rat Zodiac and the white demonic constellation. Instead, it was a battle between Chi-Yu and Yamu through their bodies. The four of them trembled at the same time. Chi-Yu and Yamu's gazes met in the air. In terms of energy undulations, the two of them were actually not much different. Although they had not used their full strength, they were both aware of their opponent's strength at the same time. Feeling Yamu's holy energy that was as vast as the Aegean Sea, Chi-Yu could not help but be shocked. What a good Yamu! The real goddess, Athena's divine power, was indeed different. Compared to himself, her energy seemed to be broader and more profound. This was probably the so-called divine power. Yamu was even more surprised than Chi-Yu. Last time, Chi-Yu was seriously injured and almost lost his life. She had even completely absorbed the origin of nature. At this time, not only did Yamu discover that Chi-Yu's energy was recovering, but at the same time, she also discovered that Chi-Yu's origin of nature had actually recovered and was much stronger than before. She knew that the final outcome of today's battle would probably be decided between her and Chi-Yu. No matter what the previous situation was, Chi-Yu would definitely not let her go. Chi-Yu glared at Yamu fiercely and returned to his team with Vol. When the twisted energy between them disappeared, Vol's origin mutation disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Most of his clothes were torn, but fortunately, Chi-Yu was prepared. He took out a large coat from the Kongtong seal and put it on Vol. On the other side, Yunus was not much stronger than Vol. He also deactivated the constellation protection with a pale face. He panted heavily, and the excessive energy consumption made him unable to speak. In fact, he knew that if he continued, he might be the one to lose in the end. Only the two parties in a real battle would understand each other's situation. Although they were evenly matched at the beginning, Vol's energy recovery speed was obviously a little faster than his. Although it was only a very small difference, as time passed, this gap would gradually increase. However, Eunice was confident that when Vol defeated him and destroyed him, he would drag Vol down with him. However, in terms of the battle itself, he was only slightly inferior to Vol. Chapter 262. Chi-Yu patted Vol's shoulder, and the gentle energy of the source of nature helped him organize the energy in his body. He said in a deep voice, "Vol, don't forget, you are not only a Zodiac guardian warrior, but also my good brother. You still have a lot of things to do. As your big brother, even if you can win in the end, I can't let you take the risk. If I lose a good brother like you, how can I explain it to your parents and myself? Don't worry, we will all work hard. Although you didn't win this round, you didn't lose to your opponent either." Mo Dan interjected, "That's right, Vol, don't worry. I'll be the next one. I'll help you win." As she said that, she had already jumped out impatiently. If one were to say who had changed the most during the ancient Almighty Beast era's training, it would definitely be Mo Dandon. Not only had her strength increased by leaps and bounds, but her appearance had also undergone earth-shattering changes. Her height was about the same as Vol's, about 1.65 meters. Although this figure was not considered tall among girls, it was very well proportioned. It was just that her previous figure was a bit more exaggerated than Vol's, so she looked like a globe. But now, after the baptism of the ancient behemoth period, Mo Dan seemed to have changed into a different person. Her original figure had disappeared, and now she was only half of her previous size. Although she was still not slim, she was at most plump and smooth. At the same time, because she was used to the primitive life of the ancient behemoth period, the heavy makeup on her face had disappeared. After returning from the ancient behemoth period, Mo Dan changed into a fresh set of clothes. Everyone was surprised to find that the Zodiac had turned into a very delicate girl. Although her figure was still slightly plump, she was many times cuter than before. She could be considered a little beauty. Seeing everyone's surprise, Mo Dan was obviously very excited, and her attitude towards Chi-Yu had also changed fundamentally. To a girl, it was important to increase her strength, but to be able to make herself beautiful was even more important than increasing her strength. Therefore, although Mo Dan had suffered a lot during the era of the ancient beasts, she was still very excited to be ordered to lose weight to this extent in that kind of environment. She had secretly decided that she must be as slim as Modi in the future. However, looking at Mo Dan, Vol couldn't be happy. His weight didn't change much despite the same amount of exercise. Fortunately, Mo Dan didn't pester him anymore. Mo Dan's figure and appearance had changed a lot. However, his temper did not change. He was still as fiery as before. Floating out, he directly hooked his finger at the guardians and said, "Who wants to come? Let me teach you a lesson." Yamu had never seen Mo Dan before, and seeing her arrogant look, he could not help but look at her curiously and said indifferently, "Taurus constellations Long Go will fight." Long Ji's figure could be said to be the tallest out of all the guardians. Hearing Yamu's order, he could not help but hesitate and said, "Miss, can you change to someone else? I don't want to bully a little girl." Mo Dan was the youngest out of all the Zodiac guardian warriors. She was not as fat as before and looked like a little girl. After all, she was not even 17 years old. F***CK, you're looking down on me. Mo Dan angrily raised her head and stared at Long Ge. With her height, she could only look at her opponent like this. Yamu frowned slightly. She did not make a sound, but pointed the victory goddess staff in her hand forward slightly, indicating that Long Ge would carry out her order. The other guardians could not help but curse Long Ge in their hearts. You don't want to fight against a little girl, but do you think we want to? Winning was something to be expected, but if we lose, wouldn't we lose face? Long Ge helplessly walked out, from the group of guardians. He lowered his head and looked at Mo Dan, whose height was about the same as his stomach. He tried to make his voice as gentle as possible and said, "Little girl, why don't you just admit defeat? Later, Uncle will buy sweets for you." As the Taurus constellation's guardian, his thoughts were very pure. Among the guardians, he had always listened to Mephisto's orders, and Mo Dan's round and smooth appearance was exactly the type he liked. At that moment, he was unable to do anything to the delicate little girl in front of him. Mo Dan puffed out her chest. After she slimmed down, the smallest change was the pair of breasts, and they still looked to be of high quality. "Big guy, if I don't teach you a lesson today, I will not be in different green robes. Watch my move." As she said that, she suddenly jumped up. A green light flashed on her head, and two thick bull horns appeared on top of her head, and went straight for Long Galong G's chin. Although Long Galong Go was a straightforward person, he was very talented in battle, and could be said to be one of the main leaders among the guardians. Once he felt something was wrong, he immediately took a step back, and at the same time he pressed down with both hands and directly grabbed the horns on Mo Dan's head. If Mo Dan was so easy to deal with, then she would not be Mo Dan. The horns suddenly disappeared, and her eyes instantly turned blood red. A tyrannical energy suddenly appeared on her fists, and she directly punched towards the opponent's chest. It must be known that although she was slightly inferior to Vol, but she had just risen to the 6-cloud level before coming here. Long Go could clearly feel two balls of terrifying power gathering in front of his chest. He was not prepared previously, and in his helplessness, he could only increase the speed of his grabbing hands. At the same time, he took another step back and widened the distance between him and Mo Dan. What was the special ability of the Bull Zodiac? The answer was none. The Bull Zodiac warrior was the one with the most average battle power among all the guardian warriors. Perhaps it was the calmness of the bull. In all aspects of battle power, although Mo Dan was not the strongest, she did not have any obvious flaws. With a loud bang, her body was blasted away by Longa like a cannonball. She shrank in the air and borrowed the force to fly away. When she landed on the ground, she had already returned to her own side. Long G's eyes revealed a trace of anger. Although he had blasted away Mo Dan, there were now 2 more wounds on his shoulders. Blood flowed out, and it looked somewhat scary. As it turned out, when Mo Dandan had been blocked by him, the 2 horns that had previously grown out from the top of his head had actually extended out from his forehead. The horns grew in a direction and were slightly curved forward, perfectly piercing into Jugger Dragon C's shoulders. If not for the fact that his energy was strong enough to push Mo Dandan away, perhaps Mo Dandan would have destroyed both of his fans at this moment. Despicable, too despicable. Long Gu roared angrily, and his eyes turned red. Mo Dan was slightly panting. She was also shocked. Previously, when she saw Vol fighting against the Constellation Guardian, it did not seem to be too difficult. But why was the energy of this big guy that she was fighting against so strong? The Taurus constellation of the Constellation Guardians. There was only one ability, and that was power. Absolute power. That was why Mo Dan was at a disadvantage. If it was Vol fighting against Longa, he might still have a chance. He could use the ingenious changes in his hands to attack. But Mo Dan's ability was balance. Balance in all aspects. Thus, facing the absolute power of the Taurus constellation, he was countered by the opponent. Chi Yu's gaze was naturally sharp. He knew, even if Mo Dan used the 2nd stage of origin mutation, he was still not the opponent of the Taurus constellation. He was already so strong without using the Constellation Guardian. If he used it, then his power would definitely reach a terrifying level. He grabbed onto Mo Dan's shoulders and said, "We admit defeat for the 2nd round." "Boss, why? I haven't even mutated." Mo Dan said unhappily. Chi Yu looked at her gently and said, "You have already tried your best. It is not that your strength is not enough, but your balanced strength is countered by the opponent. you have already gained an advantage, so just forget it. Believe in your other comrades. They will help you win this round. There was another reason why he did not let Mo, Dan, continue fighting. After being injured, Longa Longa was obviously in a state of mineralization. His entire body was swelling, and his huge killing intent made him look like a fierce god. Chi Yu could not let Mo Dan risk her life to continue fighting when he clearly knew that she was not his opponent. The milky white light of the victory goddess scepter landed on Long Golong Ji's head. The holy aura engulfed his entire body and immediately suppressed his fierce aura. Mephisto came out and forcefully pulled Long Golonga back. Yama nodded at Chi Yu and said, "Now our victory is 1. 5, and yours is 0. 5. Chi Yu nodded. Continue. Zodiac Tiger fight. The Zodiac Tiger Warrior was Su Dong. Among all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, other than Chi Yu, there were only 3 who had reached the 8-Cloud Realm. They were Ru, who became the first Zodiac Guardian Warrior, Su Dong, and Ming Ming, who was influenced by Chi Yu's Kirin blood meridians. As one of the 3 8-Cloud Warriors, Chi Yu had high hopes for Su Dong, and Su Dong's opponent for this battle was the Gemini constellation guardian Xinyin, who was also known as Yu Yin. Before Su Dong went into battle, Chi Yu transmitted a message to him, Shui Xian's spiritual undulation. The Gemini constellation guardian's main ability is the psionic storm. Guard your heart and finish the battle as soon as possible. Su Dong nodded gently and floated out. He had already arrived at the center of Mount Everest. Yu Yin, who looked exactly like Yamu, floated out. Although she had changed back to her original appearance, she could still recognize Su Dong. She nodded at Su Dong and said, "Please." Su Dong naturally knew about the grudge between Chi Yu and Yamu. He looked at Yu Yin, then looked at Yamu and laughed bitterly. "Why did you do this? We were supposed to be friends." Yu Yin's expression was still calm. She said plainly, "Everything is in the past and nothing can be changed. We are now opponents, not friends. Let's fight." As she said that, the light aura on her body actually lit up, and the big box that belonged to her in her original formation also opened at the same time. The light aura flickered, and the sky once again darkened. Just that this time it was the Gemini constellation of the 12 ecliptic palaces that appeared. Seeing Yu Yin's transformation, Su Dong couldn't help but be shocked. His opponent had used the constellation guardian right from the start. How was she going to fight him? Not daring to be careless, Su Dong extended his body and also used his own Zodiac transformation. To be safe, he only used the first stage. A huge tiger's wing appeared on his back. Su Dong soared into the sky and directly rose to a height of about 10 meters. After flying, Su Dong realized that the air was very thin at an altitude of more than 8,000 meters above sea level. The energy required to fly was much higher than usual. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It wouldn't be so easy to win this battle. Yu Yin's constellation guardian was completed very quickly. Her body lit up with a golden light, and her entire body also became illusory in the golden light. Faint light flickered and golden light flowed. Although she couldn't fly, the golden light that was released from her body shot into the sky. Before Su Dong could react, it had already enveloped his body. Seeing this scene, Chi Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Beside him, Ryua had already cried out, "Domain!" This was a situation that no one had expected. Yu Yin could actually use the power of a domain. Actually, what Chi Yu and the rest didn't know was that, among the 12 constellation guardians, the strongest was no longer Mephistopheles but Yu Yin. It must be known that before she truly became the constellation guardian of the Gemini constellation, Yu Yin's spiritual tempest was already very powerful. And when she and Yamu returned to Greece and became the constellation guardian of the Gemini constellation, she naturally obtained her own constellation guardian. After this period of fusion, her strength had a qualitative leap again. She was definitely the strongest among the constellation guardians. and only she could use the power of a domain. Their original plan to win this battle had changed. Immediately, Chi Yu's face turned ugly. He also didn't know whether Su Dong could win in his opponent's domain. Everything depended on what Yu Yun's domain power was. A faint light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes as he stared nervously at the golden light in the sky. The golden light condensed in the sky, and Yu Yun's figure disappeared. A low and dignified tiger's roar sounded from the golden light. The golden light fluctuated for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Su Dong was really depressed. When his body was enveloped by the golden light, he could clearly feel a special energy wave wrapping around his body. As he had used the Zodiac protection domain with Chi Yu, he naturally knew that Yu Yun in front of him was using a domain. His opponent could use a domain, which was a huge threat to him. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his tiger's roar ability. The huge tiger, thundercloud force, surged out under his command. He hoped that through the tiger's roar, Yu Yun would lose control of her own ability and break the domain in front of him. But obviously, Su Dong's idea couldn't be realized. Yu Yun's mental strength was extremely strong. Even if it couldn't compare to Chi Yu's overall strength, her attack power was even stronger than Chi Yu's. Although the tiger's roar had a certain impact, it was far from enough to destroy her domain. Su Dong quickly understood what the Gemini domain was. With a flash of light, Yu Yun appeared in front of him. Just as Su Dong was about to attack, Yu Yun smiled at him charmingly. Su Dong only felt his vision blurring. Subconsciously, his hand movements slowed down. The mental shock wave attacked his body from all directions under the effect of the domain. The psionic storm was magnified by the Gemini domain. It was completely different from normal attacks. It was also Su Dong's first time facing an attack like this. Even though he wanted to resist, how could he do so in Yu Yun's domain? Yu Yun's main ability was her mental strength. She was very smart. She didn't want to attack Su Dong in any other form. From the fact that Su Dong wasn't completely controlled by her psionic storm, she could tell how strong the enemy in front of her was. Once Su Dong woke up, she would definitely not be his opponent. Therefore, Yu Yun threw herself into controlling her mental strength. The attacks of the psionic storm were stronger than the ones before, constantly attacking Su Dong's brain. At this time, the competition between the two had become a silent battle, but the danger was no less than the previous two battles. Before coming here, Yu Yun had already decided that she must do her best to help her sister win this battle. She knew that if Yamu won in the end, with her current attitude towards Chi Yu, she would never hurt Chi Yu again. However, if the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were to emerge victorious, it would be a devastating blow to the Greek Guardians. At the very least, Chi Yu would never let Yamu go. After a period of quiet cultivation, Yu Yun's ambition had completely disappeared. Yamu was her only family in this world. She really didn't want to see another tragedy happen because of her previous mistake. No one knew how the battle between the two people inside the domain was going. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the final result. Everyone's eyes were focused on the golden light. Now, Chi Yu hoped that Yu Yun wouldn't have enough energy to maintain the domain for too long, giving Su Dong a chance to counterattack. After all, in terms of combat power, Su Dong was much stronger than Yu Yun. Actually, Su Dong had been tricked since the beginning of the competition. As soon as Yu Yun appeared, he immediately used his constellation protection, which made Su Dong shocked. Yu Yun also knew that Chi Yu would definitely tell Su Dong about her spiritual storm ability. And from Yamu, she also knew that Su Dong was a winged tiger with the ability to fly. After knowing her ability, he would definitely choose to fly first to increase the distance between them. This would make it more difficult for her to use her spiritual power attack, and also reduce the power of the spiritual storm. She was waiting for Su Dong to fly. Actually, if Su Dong didn't choose to fly and attack Yu Yun immediately, Yu Yun, who had just gained the domain ability, would probably be defeated. Victory and defeat were often decided in a split second. For example, the battle between Yu Yin and Su Dong was actually a question of who would make the first move. Whoever used their advantage to counter the opponent's disadvantage. Then the rest of the battle would be much simpler. Of course, even if Su Dong came to his senses now, it would be too late. After all, he was completely sealed by the Gemini domain and the spiritual storm. Even Chi Yu had never seen Yu Yun's flying ability before, let alone him. At this point in the battle, there was no longer any suspense. The golden domain did not last for too long, but when it disappeared, the battle was already over. With the support of Yu Yun's energy, the unconscious Su Dong was sent back to the ground. Yu Yun floated down and nodded at Chi Yu, saying, "Thank you for letting me win." Chi Yu's expression was very ugly. He hadn't expected this defeat. Of course, he wouldn't blame Su Dong. Even if he was in Yu Yun's shoes, he would probably be at a disadvantage if he was suddenly attacked by Yu Yun. He hurriedly used his spiritual power to invade Su Dong's brain, waking him up from his coma. When Su Dong woke up, he was still immersed in the scene from before. Just as he was about to attack, he was pulled back by Chi Yu. Looking at the situation in front of him, Su Dong finally understood that he had lost. Chi Yu, Su Dong looked at Chi Yu dejectedly. Chi Yu smiled faintly and said, "It's all right, it's not your fault. It was my underestimation of the opponent that led to this result. You should take a rest first. Being attacked by spiritual power can easily affect your emotions." He patted Su Dong's shoulder and gave him a determined look, telling him not to feel pain over the loss in front of him. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors were silent. Although they wouldn't blame Su Dong, the situation in front of them was too disadvantageous for the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. 3 battles, 2 losses, and 1 draw. No one had expected this. The victory of 0. 5 points versus 2. 5 points had completely suppressed the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. In the remaining 9 matches, the Zodiac Guardian God's side could only lose 3 more matches at most. However, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors in front of them were stronger than they had imagined. Could they really win more than 3 battles? Not to mention the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Even Chi Yu didn't have the slightest confidence. However, the competition had already reached this point, and no one could regret it. Chi Yu nodded at Modi, and his eyes subconsciously revealed a bit of hope. No matter what, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors couldn't afford to lose this battle. Vol had already recovered at this time, and her energy had recovered to at least half. She looked at Modi and said firmly, "You can do it." He said firmly, "You can do it. I'll be waiting for your victorious return. Take back the victory that I lost just now." Modi looked at Vol and smiled gently. He nodded lightly and said in a low voice, "If I win, I will be your girlfriend." Vol's heart trembled slightly, but Modi had already floated out and arrived at the center of the battlefield. Her opponent for this round was Cancer Cece of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Cece looked a little emotional. Back then, she had also rebelled together with Nimbus. Looking at the tall figure of Modi in front of her, she didn't say anything and directly launched an attack. Modi was an innate Zodiac Guardian Warrior. Among all the Zodiac Guardians, her strength had always been ranked in the middle, but no one would underestimate her. The strength of 7 clouds was close to 8 clouds, which fully demonstrated her fighting ability, except for Su Dong, who had lost inexplicably before. Among the 4 people who had already appeared, she was the strongest. Cece's attack was very simple. She moved her body horizontally. A huge energy wave had already wrapped around Modi's body like silk. From the way she attacked, she was a skillful fighter. Different from her, Modi's fighting style emphasized both skill and strength. Raising his right leg like lightning, he waved it in the air like a razor. An ear-piercing sound rang out, and an invisible energy suddenly appeared. Before Cece could react, the right side of the energy she sent out had already been torn apart by the energy of this kick. Modi moved. Her body brought out a string of afterimages in the air. Her delicate body fluttered, and her entire body moved horizontally in the air. In a split second, she had actually unleashed 36 kicks. The afterimages of the kicks flickered, and the sharp sound of the air breaking interweaved into a death melody. Modi's attacks had always been like a torrential storm, and in the entire battle, she did not give Cece any chance. It was to the point that Cece did not even have the chance to use the constellation protection, and the battle had already ended. It was a battle without the constellation protection or innate mutation. Modi's attack speed was absolutely terrifying, and even Chiyu did not have the tyrannical attack speed that was like the wind. Under the countless of kicks, when Cece was kicked 3 times consecutively and was sent back to her own side, Yamu had already admitted defeat on her behalf. Although Cece did not unleash her full strength, but her energy had already suffered a violent shock, and her body was also injured from the kicks, so there was no meaning in continuing, and it would only be a waste of time. The battle had ended, and Modi returned to her side with a calm expression. When she passed by Chiyu, she heard Chiyu's voice. "Don't forget what you said to Vol just now." "Sister Modi, thank you." Modi looked at Chiyu, shook her head, and said, "No, I should be the one thanking you. I have already thought it through. Looks are not everything, and age is not the real difference. I'm afraid that in my entire life, I will never meet another person who will treat me as well as Vol. Since I have already met her, if I were to give up, I'm afraid I will regret it for the rest of my life. There is no such thing as medicine for regret in this world. So I have to seize my own happiness. Don't you think so?" Chiyu smiled. The confirmation of the relationship between Modi and Vol had finally allowed him to put down the stone in his heart, and the battle in front of him had also moved a little from the disadvantageous position they were in earlier. He could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. At least his side could finally equalize the battle. He had absolute confidence in the next battle, because the next one to appear was the strongest of the 12 Zodiac Guardians, the Zodiac Dragon Warrior, Ryue. Modi's holy power not only stopped the decline of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, but also greatly increased the morale of his own side. Ryue did not wait for Chiyu to speak, and had already floated out. No one knew better than her how much of a blow Chiyu had suffered. Chiyu's enemy was right in front of her. How could she not do her best to avenge her lover? Moreover, Wen Ting was also her good sister, coldly sweeping her gaze across the Zodiac Guardians in front of her. A formless, domineering aura was suddenly released from Ryue's body. Who's next? T-Rex's domineering aura was previously restrained for Chiyu, but at this moment it was released for Chiyu. Every sip and peck, it was as though the heavens had already decided it. The handsome Ilias slowly walked out from his side. Like Ryue, he was also a strong fighter among the Zodiac Guardians. As the Zodiac Guardian of the Leo constellation, his aura had always been filled with tyranny. Feeling the domineering aura from Chiyu's body, the battle intent in his heart suddenly rose to an unprecedented level. Facing an enemy, Ilias would never retreat, because he had always been Goddess Athena's most loyal guardian. Golden energy surged out from Ilias's body. He roared towards the sky. His arms exerted strength, and with him as the center, the ice beneath his feet immediately cracked. His bright eyes looked at Ryue, and he said loudly, "Leo constellation Ilias experience." Ryue looked at him coldly. Her emotions did not change because of Ilias's tyrannical strength, and said coldly, "Zodiac Dragon Warrior, hi Ryue." With that said, Ryue had already moved. In an instant, her body had already appeared in front of Ilias, without any fancy or technique. She directly punched towards Ilias's chest. Ilias shouted again, and similarly punched out with his right fist, towards Ryue's fist. In the midst of the loud bang, Ryue did not move at all, but Ilias staggered 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. Feeling the subsequent energy waves from Ryue's tyrannical fist continuously invading his body, Ilias's expression could not help but change. What a strong strength! When he first met Ryue, it was still in the Chongsheng Temple at that time, although he could see that Ryue was the strongest among the Zodiac guardian warriors. He did not expect that Ryue was actually strong to such an extent. The Cancer constellation Cece did not even have the ability to retaliate in front of Modi, and that already made him shocked. But now he finally understood who was the strongest among the 12 Zodiac guardian warriors. Chapter 263. Ryue looked at Ilias coldly. The flag of Mount Everest appeared once again, but this time it appeared because of the dragon. The clouds followed the dragon, and when the white cloud blew past, a layer of crystal scales appeared on Ryue's body, and her beautiful face was also blocked by the white light. The first stage of the Zodiac Dragon Warrior origin evolution was completed. Ilias's body attacked at the first moment. Every punch brought out a golden light. It was the perfect combination of speed and power. His fists were the claws of a lion, and also the strongest attack of the Leo constellation. The huge energy ripple caused the entire Mount Everest to tremble. Ryue also moved. She only had one way to deal with Ilias's attack, and that was to meet force with force. The rumbling sounds continued to appear between the two of them. The milky white dragon chi on Ryue's body surged out. Every punch was condensed with tyrannical energy, and in the continuous collision, blood was already flowing out from Ilias's mouth. Although the overall strength of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors might not be stronger than the Constellation Guardians, but among the 24 of them, the strongest was undoubtedly Ryue. She had already reached the 8-cloud realm, and her strength was completely raised to the peak. Even if she faced a 10,000-year level beast, she could still win, not to mention Ilias in front of her. However, Ilias did not retreat. As a proud lion, before he lost the ability to fight, he would never retreat. Boom! Ryue's condensed energy fist caused Ilias's body to fly up, even if it was only the first stage of the origin evolution. Her strength was still much stronger than Ilias. His body was sent flying in the air, and Ilias spat out a mouthful of blood. With another roar, the constellation light on his body completely lit up. The golden light was like a flame burning around his body. The strong battle intent caused everyone to be moved. Ilias! Yama shouted. Her voice sounded obviously anxious. However, being anxious would not solve the problem. Ilias did not seem to hear Yama's voice at all. The golden flames on his body burned even more intensely. A hint of surprise appeared in Ryue's eyes. She looked at Ilias and could not help but nod. She did not pursue him, allowing Ilias to raise his strength to its peak. Good. For the sake of battle, you are willing to expend your essence and burn the energy in your body. You are a worthy opponent. Since that's the case, I'll use my strongest ability to defeat you and let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. While speaking, the white light aura around Ryue's body became even denser. The dragon wings on his back unfurled, and Ryue had already flown into the air. Under the shocked gazes of all the constellation protectors, Ryue's body quickly spun in the air. The dragon scale on her body had already changed. Relying on her 8-cloud level strength, she instantly entered the second stage of origin mutation. But it was not over yet. When the white light completely enveloped Ryue's body, when Mount Everest's flag cloud enveloped her body, an incomparably loud dragon roar sounded out, as though it was piercing through space. The flag cloud spread out, and the sparkling white light filled the air. That gigantic body, those ruby-like eyes, it looked so powerful. That's right, it was Ryue's strongest attack, Divine Dragon Transformation. After reaching the 8-cloud level, using Divine Dragon Transformation was no longer a burden to Ryue. The tyrannical energy undulation caused her to directly raise her strength to the peak. Her body, that had been modified countless times by Chi-Yu's origin of nature, had become even more tyrannical than before. The gigantic dragon body looked so real. Ilias seemed to not see all of this. His entire body was burning with golden flames. He stomped heavily on the ground. leaving a 1-meter deep mark on the unmelting ice. In the next moment, his body was already high up in the air, and he punched towards the divine dragon that Ryuya had transformed into. His fist was covered in golden flames, and all the energy in his body was condensed into this fist. The huge energy undulation seemed to have already burned Ilias's life force. His eyes were open to the maximum, and he watched as his attack engulfed Ryuya's body. Divine dragon transformation caused Ryuya's originally tyrannical strength to suddenly double. Her huge body swayed in the air, and a thick dragon tail suddenly lashed out with surging energy. Like a huge whip, it heavily bombarded Ilias's fist, and also bombarded his tenacious body. Boom! The sky and earth changed color, and Ryuya's divine dragon body rotated in midair. The white light emitted from her body seemed to be even stronger, and her ruby-like eyes softened. After all, facing such a strong enemy, she ultimately did not kill. As an opponent, the guardian of the Leo constellation, Ilias, was definitely worthy of respect. Ilias's body drew a beautiful parabola in the air and directly fell towards the mountain peak. The energy that he bombarded out was completely dispersed by Ryuya's dragon tail. In the face of absolute power, no matter how strong his battle intent was, it could not produce a better effect. He was defeated. As the energy was dispersed, his body also suffered a huge injury, and he completely fell into a coma, unable to control his body. Of course, if not for Ryuya's mercy, and the energy of the divine dragon transformation was completely unleashed, Ilias would not have a body now. Yamu waved the victory goddess scepter, and divine energy floated out, supporting Ilias's body and pulling him back. When she saw Ilias's golden face, her beautiful eyes could not help but reveal a trace of a complicated light. Ilias was undoubtedly the most handsome of all the constellation guardians, although he had never mentioned it before. But Yamu was very clear of his love for her. But even the man she loved could not accept it, let alone Ilias's love. She watched as he almost died for her. Yamu's eyes could not help but tear up. A faint light emitted from the victory goddess scepter and healed Ilias's injuries. Ilias's coma also remembered the anger of the constellation guardians. Almost at the same time, the 11 constellation guardians took a step forward and stared angrily at Ryuya, who was in the air. Ryuya was not afraid, and a strong dragon aura spread out. Facing the opponent below, her ruby-like eyes revealed a trace of disdain. She was not afraid of being surrounded by the opponent. As a Zodiac dragon warrior, she was practically born to fight. The changes on the side of the constellation guardians also caused the Zodiac guardian warriors to change. Seeing that Ryuya had obtained victory, the Zodiac guardian warriors could not help but have their morale raised, especially Su Dong, who had mysteriously lost just now. Almost at the first moment, he soared into the air and shouted, "What? You want a group battle? We will accompany you to the end." Yamu raised her hand and stopped the angry constellation guardians. She said calmly, "Everyone, do not act rashly. Everything will proceed according to the agreement." Lady Ryuya had already shown mercy just now. I did not expect that there would be such a strong existence among the Zodiac guardian warriors. Now we have already fought to a draw. Both of us have too. 5 wins. Ryuya saw that the opponent would not attack as a group. She transformed back to her original form, looked deeply at Yamu, and said indifferently, "I also did not expect it. The dignified goddess Athena's successor is actually a despicable person who only knows how to deceive others." Hearing Ryuya's words, Yamu's face could not help but change, looking somewhat pale. The constellation guardians that she had just stopped were about to riot again. In a moment, the peak of Mount Everest was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Yamu paused the goddess of victory's scepter in her hand and said in a deep voice, "The 6th match, Virgo Lyumides." Lyumides did not wait for Yamu to finish and had already floated out. Although he was angry, but he still gave people a gentle and beautiful feeling. If one were to say that the males of the constellation guardians were handsome and not handsome, then even Ilias would not be able to compare to him. It was just that he was really too feminine. So it's a beauty. Good, good. I like beauties the most. Old whose luck is still good. Hu Guang swayed as he walked out from his own camp. His eyesight was not very good. If not, he would not need such thick glasses. Furthermore, Lyumedes was indeed very feminine, so he really treated the Virgo constellation guardian in front of him as a beauty. Lyumedes was furious. I hate it when people say that I am a woman. Look clearly. I am the same as you. We are both men. Hu Guang moved his glasses and said in surprise, Oh, so you are a man. Damn it, what I hate the most are dead ladyboys. They are either men or women. Look at your character. One look, and I can tell that you are the product of a human and a demon, or simply called a ladyboy. You! Lyumedes was so angry that her entire body trembled. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, and a wave of energy rippled towards Hu Guang's body. As the Virgo constellation guardian, his special ability was energy conversion. In any situation, he could remove part of the opponent's attack energy and could also absorb part of the energy. When the opponent's strength was similar to his, he could often rely on his special ability to win. He belonged to the type that became stronger the more he was beaten. Hu Guang felt the opponent's energy fluctuation and did not dare to take it lightly. After all, the constellation guardian in front of him had already left a very deep impression on him. His figure swayed, and he slid backwards, as if he was knocked down by the energy. Only Lyumedes could clearly feel that when her energy was about to hit Hu Guang's body, a strange energy fluctuation was emitted from Hu Guang's body, as if his body was smeared with lubricant, and his energy directly slid away. Towards Hu Guang's special energy fluctuation, Lyumedes could not help but be moved. Could it be that this opponent was like her, best at energy conversion? If that was the case, it did not seem to be easy to deal with. Without waiting for Lyumedes to think more, Hu Guang's fallen body had already moved. He was originally not tall, but when his body touched the ground, there was a sudden change. His body suddenly became thinner, but his whole body instantly stretched a little, as if there were no bones in his body at all. He did not stand up, but just slid on the ground, and was already in front of Lyumedes. One of his hands had already reached for Lyumedes's ankle. Lyumedes was shocked, but his reaction was still very fast. Both his feet touched the ground and immediately jumped up. This was the first time he saw such a method of attacking on the ground. He could not help but say to himself, "What is he doing?" Hu Guang did not give him much time to think. His body slightly swayed on the ground, and suddenly the clothes on his body disappeared. Replacing it was a layer of dark green scales, and a faint dark green light covered his body. At this time, looking at him, it was completely impossible to tell that he was a human. The speed of his sliding suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye he had already reached the place where Lyumedes was about to fall. In order to be able to play to his advantage, Hu Guang immediately used his first stage of attribute dissimulation. A light flashed in Lyumedes's eyes, and his body nimbly flipped in the air. His head was above his feet, and his hands carried a layer of light that was like a blade, and directly cut down on Hu Guang's body. Being called a transvestite by Hu Guang, this Virgo constellation guardian was completely enraged. "Didn't you say that I was a transvestite? Well then, I will cut off your little dick first." Of course, Hu Guang did not know what his opponent was thinking. Seeing Lyumedes's hands cutting towards his body, his eyes could not help but reveal a trace of a strange light. He did not dodge, but when Lyumedes's hands were about to cut his body, Hu Guang slippery swayed a little, and Lyumedes once again felt that slippery energy. His attack energy could not hit the opponent's body at all, and had already slid past, landing on the ground, leaving 2 deep marks. At this time, Hu Guang's hands had already wrapped around his arms. Fighting with an opponent like Hu Guang was really the most painful thing. Lyumedes did not dare to let him stick to himself, and hurriedly used the counterforce of the bombardment to jump back 5 meters away. Hu Guang's ability was very limited. First of all, his own energy could be used on his own body, but it could not be released. However, it was also because of this limitation that his body had an extremely strong resistance to all kinds of energy attacks, and more than 80% immunity to physical attacks. Seeing that Lyumedes had run away again, he swam over unhurriedly. "You can't keep dodging. Don't let me seize the opportunity, or else he." Lyumedes looked at Hu Guang, who was slowly approaching him, and for a moment he could not help but feel a sense of crisis. How should he deal with such an opponent? His own attacks seemed to be completely ineffective against him. Time did not allow him to think too much. The area left for them to fight at the top of Mount Everest was not big. Although Hu Guang's speed was not fast, he could cover a distance of 5 meters in the time it took him to twist his body a few times. Helplessly, Lyumedes's body flashed with light, and he had already activated his constellation protection. He did not believe that the slippery opponent in front of him could really dissipate all his attack energy. The starlight of Virgo fell on Lyumedes's body, and his energy aura suddenly became tyrannical. His body's speed suddenly increased. Since he did not dare to come into contact with the opponent's body, then he chose to attack in the form of pure energy. He successively blasted out 5 palms, and under the large area of attack, it covered all the places where Hu Guang could dodge. This time, he should be able to hit you. Indeed, this time Hu Guang had no possibility of dodging. Even if his energy was slippery under the opponent's attack, he would still be hit. Not being able to use energy from the outside did not mean that there was no way to attack energy. Hu Guang's upper body suddenly rose up, but his lower body was still stuck to the ground. It looked like his waist was broken. He opened his hands, and the black nails looked somewhat terrifying. His originally slow speed suddenly increased, and his body flashed. He had already turned into a dark green light and collided with the energy of Lyumedes's attack. With a bang, Hu Guang's body quickly twisted in the air, trying to dissipate the opponent's energy as much as possible. At the same time that he was attacked by Lyumedes, he forcibly broke through the opponent's energy attack range. He opened his hands and, like venomous fangs, grabbed towards Lyumedes's shoulder. Creatures like snakes had never been easily moved. When they encountered prey, they would always patiently wait for an opportunity. Once the time was ripe, then the snake's action would be as powerful as a thunderbolt. And at this time, it was just right to use it on Hu Guang. In fact, Hu Guang was best at chaotic battles. The more enemies there were, the more he could exert his strength. This kind of one-on-one battle was not his forte. However, after increasing his strength to the 7-cloud level, his own defensive ability had been extremely strengthened. It was not the strengthening of his defense, but the improvement of his ability to dissipate force. Lyumedes was not known for his powerful energy, because he also had the characteristic of energy conversion. It caused him to have some flaws in the energy of his offensive skills. Therefore, Hu Guang's energy was just able to break through his blockade. Seeing that Hu Guang's hands had already covered his shoulders, in the face of danger, Lyumedes was shocked but not panicked. His hands closed in front of his chest, and a pure, white energy bloomed between his hands, accompanied by a faint fragrance. Lyumedes's eyes flashed with a persistent light. The pure white energy instantly condensed into the shape of a knife, slashing horizontally at Hu Guang's body. At this time, Hu Guang's body was in a semi-upright state, and he was still rushing forward. It was too late to dodge. Even he himself did not expect that Lyumedes would attack him like this regardless of his own safety. Of course, his hands could grab the opponent's shoulders, but at the same time, all the energy condensed by the opponent's hands would be completely cut on his body. It was not worth it. In this case, even if he killed the opponent, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured. Hu Guang had always been known for his cunning. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately reacted in the shortest time possible. His snake-like body quickly twisted, and his lower body left the ground, making a leaping action. He wanted to jump over the energy from Lyumedes' attack and continue to maintain his attack form. If it was before, Hu Guang's attack would definitely be successful, but Lyumedes had now activated his constellation protection, and his attack strength was many times stronger than before. The milky white energy suddenly bloomed, and the original blade form instantly turned into a big surface. From the bottom up, it directly slapped on Hu Guang's body, and his body flew out. Virgo's energy had a suction effect. As soon as the pure white light touched Hu Guang's body, Hu Guang clearly felt that his energy was being rapidly absorbed by the opponent. Although his body had been slapped away, a portion of his energy had actually been converted by the other party. Seeing the light radiating out from Lu Meite's body becoming much brighter than before, Hu Guang became infuriated. Damn it, I really can't fight one-on-one? Hu Guang was also angry. His whole body was in pain from the absorption and release of energy just now. This Zodiac snake warrior began to exert all his fighting ability. In the second stage of origin mutation, Hu Guang's body suddenly doubled in size under the dark green light, becoming more slender than before. His upper body rose again. Facing the direction of Lyumedes, he opened his mouth and spat out a purplish-red mist. As the Black Mamba Emperor, the poison in Hu Guang's body was extremely strong. Just now, when he attacked Lyumedes, there was only one purpose, which was to touch the opponent's body. Hu Guang believed that as long as the opponent was infected by the poison in his body, she would certainly not be spared. But Lyumedes was also quite slippery and actually did not let him touch her. In this way, Hu Guang's strongest ability could not be exerted. However, Hu Guang, who had reached the second stage of attribute mutation, had become different. The biggest difference was that he could now release the toxins from his body. The purplish-red poisonous mist condensed and did not disperse. Floating in the air, it met the opponent's energy. What made Lyumedes turn pale with fright was that the energy he emitted was actually unable to fan away the mist-like poisonous mist. The purplish-red mist had already arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. In this crisis, Lyumedes could only let his body fall backwards, just like Hu Guang's initial action, and let the purplish-red poisonous mist go. Although he only breathed in a little of the purplish-red poisonous mist's sweet fragrance. But Lyumedes already felt that his whole body was empty, and the scenery in front of him seemed to have become blurred. It must be known that as the constellation guardian, Lyumedes' body's resistance to poison was very strong. But the Black Mamba Emperor's poison was, after all, too strong. Hu Guang did not move, nor did he attack the opponent. He just laughed, and the purplish-red poisonous mist that floated out actually quickly condensed in the air, turning into a purplish-red air arrow, rushing straight towards Lyumedes' body. The air arrow exploded in the air, turning into countless small purplish-red light spots, covering all the directions that Lyumedes could dodge. Don't underestimate Hu Guang's attack. Although the purplish-red mist didn't look very eye-catching, it was still extremely powerful. Although the purplish-red poisonous mist did not look very eye-catching to Hu Guang, this purplish-red poisonous mist was like Ryue's divine dragon transformation. It was his sure kill ability. He only obtained it after advancing to the 7-cloud level. He gave his ability a name called Emperor's Breath. The biggest characteristic of this poisonous mist was that it could ignore all energy attacks and had the ability to penetrate any energy. As for its toxicity, it was needless to say. Even if it was an elephant, after coming into contact with a little of this purplish-red poisonous mist, as long as it did not have Hu Guang's detoxification, it would definitely die in a short period of time. Lyumedes, indeed, had no possibility of dodging. He could not wait to blast out all the energy in his body, but he could only watch as the purplish-red light shrouded his body. Moving quickly close to the ground did not allow him to completely avoid Hu Guang's attack. Both of his legs were touched by the purplish-red light. Lyumedes did not stand up. The momentary paralysis made his body lose the ability to move. Although the energy in his body was running at full speed, he could not resist the poison of Emperor's black mamba. In an instant, his face had turned purplish black. Despicable. You actually used poison. Mephistopheles roared and was about to rush over. Hu Guang said in a strange tone, I am a snake warrior of the Zodiac. Have you ever heard that snakes don't need poison? This is just my ability. Just like if your ability was to fart, I would definitely not say that you are despicable. Qi Yu's face revealed a trace of a smile and said to Hu Guang, detoxify him. After all, he only hated Yamu and did not want to involve the other constellation guardians. Hu Guang walked to Lyumede's side unsteadily, looked at his own hand, and said with some regret, Sai, I really don't want to touch this damn transvestite's body. It has been hard on you, my precious hand. As he said that, his hands were already pressed on both of Lyumede's legs. The poison was under the effect of Hu Guang's special energy and was once again absorbed back into his body. The effect of the poisonous mist just now on Hu Guang was not small. Absorbing back some of the poison was still beneficial to him. The faces of the constellation guardians became even uglier. The opponent even had a method of releasing poison. How could they deal with such an enemy? The battle between the two sides was already tilting in the opposite direction. After being suppressed for the first 3 rounds, the Zodiac Guardian Warrior finally broke out. With the efforts of Modi, Ruyu, and Hu Guang, the Zodiac Guardian Warrior turned the tide for 3 rounds in a row. The Zodiac Guardian Warrior, who was behind by 2 rounds previously, became 1 round ahead. Yamu's gaze was very calm. While watching the battle, her gaze would often land on Qi Yu. But Qi Yu did not even look at her. His attention was completely focused on the battle between the two sides. Mephisto walked out with a calm face. The 7th round was the Constellation Guardian's turn for the Libra Constellation Guardian. Among the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Changjie the Hummer was the one who came out to fight. After the tempering and battles of the ancient beasts, Changjie's originally majestic body had become even more burly. His entire body was filled with explosive power, and when he walked in front of Mephisto, his aura was obviously stronger than his opponent. Mephisto was obviously very dissatisfied with the previous few battles and said in a deep voice, Libra Constellation Guardian Mephisto experience. Horse Zodiac Warrior Changjie. Come on. Changjie was still as valiant as ever. Without saying much, his muscles instantly swelled, and a violent attack covered the whole field in the blink of an eye. That's right, it was covered. If Modi's attack relied on speed, then Changjie's attack relied on violence. Every time he attacked, the huge energy would cause the space within a certain range to collapse. After a few punches, Mephisto had no choice but to fight him head-on. Changjie's attack method was fists, while Mephisto's palms. After the two's energy collided in the air for more than 10 times, Mephisto could not help but be surprised. This opponent was a Zodiac Guardian Warrior that he had never seen before, but the tyrannical energy was actually not weaker than him. Changjie cheered in satisfaction. He loved these kinds of pure energy collisions the most. He was indeed worthy of his nickname, Hummer. Previously, during the ancient Behemoth era, he had used his own strength to blast the bodies of the Jiuli people into pieces. He was known as the pulverizer on the battlefield. It was clear how tyrannical his strength was. Horses had the most coordinated muscles among all animals, and they also had the most beautiful figures. The muscles on Changjie's body completely displayed the characteristics of the horse Zodiac. Not only did his muscles have strong explosive power, but they were also flexible. Mephisto's palms were hurting from Changjie's attacks. In terms of energy, he was not inferior to Changjie, but in terms of physical strength, he could not compare to his opponent. Every time Changjie blasted out a punch, there would be a brownish-red energy fluctuation. The tyrannical energy caused the surrounding air to boil. However, the situation of the battle quickly changed. And the reason for this change was Mephisto's transformation. A faint light was emitted from Mephisto's body. His transformation was actually very simple. A yellow light was emitted from his body. It was not an attack, but it completely enveloped an area of 10 square meters, including him and Changjia. The yellow light was transparent, so both sides could see what was happening inside. The scales have already tilted. Don't you realize it? Mephisto's deep voice sounded. Within the yellow light, a sky formed by energy appeared, and he and Changjia were at one end of the sky. The scales on Changjia's side were raised high, while Mephisto's side was completely lowered. Changjia's body seemed to be bound by some kind of power. Although he was still launching violent attacks, the energy he used to attack had disappeared.